Hello everybody, welcome back to Mugello circuit here in Italy, and welcome to the main event of our Saturday racing, the European Endurance Prototype Cup. A 4-hour race with 25 cars on the grid, all of them the delightful Nova Protos, and I'm really looking forward to this one. I am super excited to get this action underway. Most of these teams have 3 drivers each. Some of them have 2 drivers, and there's a mixture of bronze, silver, gold and platinum FIA certified drivers. It should be a really good mix of machinery and, of course, talent out there on the grid. Interesting conditions here at Mugello at the moment. It's a lot more cloudy than it has been. I would say, could be a threat of rain, but it didn't seem like there was much on any of the weather apps that Claire and I both checked earlier on today. So we'll have to just see how this race transpires. 4 hours is certainly a long time, so anything could change between now and, well, past 5 o'clock later on this afternoon. We had qualifying for these cars yesterday, and it was 3 individual 15-minute sessions, and each of the drivers in the teams basically take to the circuit to complete their times, and then they take the average of the 3 sessions. Any teams with 2 drivers had to just basically alternate who was behind the wheel for each of the sessions. They were not allowed to do consecutive sessions. We look there at the number 33 machine, shared by Dodds, Jensen and Bishop, one of the CD Sport cars. That car will be starting this race from 9th on the grid. As I've said, a 25 car field, so plenty of cars and racing action to look at. It should be a little bit closer than some of the racing that we've seen earlier on today. But these Nova Protos making a wonderful noise. They're similar to LMP3 cars that we've seen already throughout this weekend, but they weigh about 100 kilos lighter than an LMP3 car, and you can see just by the design of them that the wings are slightly lower on the rear as well. They've got a much more low slung profile. The number 99 machine there, shared this weekend by Alban Noguti, Cindy Goudet and Valentin Simonet. I think that might be Valentin that's starting the race and is behind the wheel. We'll find out as they make their way around the circuit. We are lucky that our timing screen tells us who is behind the wheel of each car. It is Valentin Simonet. I've just seen it pop up on our timing screen now. I'm interested in the lead car because Claire spoke to Erwin Creed yesterday during qualifying, and he said that it's likely he'll be starting the car for them. Yes, he is, it looks like. Car 154 took pole position. The Kokomo racing car shared by Nicolas Prost, Marlon Hernandez and Erwin Creed. Platinum, silver and bronze category respectively. Interesting to see here that some of the cars make their way around to the grid at quite high speed, and some of them really creeping around the circuit. There's a lot of very slow traffic up towards the Arrabbiata corners. It's almost like they're trying to save fuel during this opening formation lap round to the grid. At the end of the day, this is an endurance race. They have to think about refueling and tyres and so on. A lot more elements to this than just out and out pace and straight up, absolutely foot to the floor racing until the very end. But we're excited to have you here with us at Mugello this weekend. And now you can see, look just how many cars there are down there at turn 12 as everybody tries to make their way around to the grid. Cars all over the place, trying not to trip over one another. There's certainly a lot of traffic to navigate through. I'm intrigued to see how they all handle this in the opening laps of the race as well. Should be very intriguing. But we've got 25 cars on the grid. It certainly feels like a lot more than that with how many are currently in view at the moment. Looks like a lot more than just 25. But as they all make their way around the final corner now, they'll go and form up on the grid, ready to get the racing action underway. So this race will have 4 mandatory pit stops in it. We'll go over that in just a moment as we look at the grid. It's going to be Erwin Creed on pole position then, from Boulan, I believe it is, that's going to be starting that car. Yes, number 32 is going to be started by Arlan Boulan. Then it's Jimmy Chow in car number 8, 3rd position. Adrian Chila in car 71 will start in 4th position ahead of Valentin Simonet and Philipp Schlegel, the Swiss driver, car 66. Christoph Cresp is starting from 7th place in car 27 for 23 events racing. He is one of the only teams, or he is part of one of the only teams in the field that is all bronze drivers. There's 4 of them, which take place in what is known as the Ultimate Cup amongst these prototypes. They have Nick Adcock on row 4 with them in car number 30 for CD Sport. Then we have Frederic Morel, car number 17 in 11th place. Eric Trouet is starting from 12th in car number 9. That's one of the Graf cars. And it's car number 20 belonging to DB Autosport. Pierre Couasnon, starting in that one. We'll get that right by the end of the race. Benoit Farinez starts in 14th position, car number 70. That's an ANS Motorsport car. Then it's Alexandre Lafourcade, and he is in 777, which is the Lamo racing machine. Then it's Jacques Wolf, 16th on the grid, car 51, Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Then Robert Greenwood starting in car 31. Robert had a bit of an interesting session yesterday. Then we had Timothy Bure, car number 4. He starts 18th on the grid, ahead of Denis Caillon, car 555, the Kogumo racing machine again. A couple of their cars in the field, 3 of them by the look of it, from what I can see on my entry list anyway. Then it's Daniel Basora, car 21. He starts just on the outer fringes of the top 20. Frederic Crouet, sharing that car here this weekend, car number 73, with Gregoire Crouet as well. Then it's Stefan Rupp in car 57, starting 23rd. Adrien Yvonne starting 24th, and then Neil Muston will start from the back of the grid in the Graf number 7 car. Watch out for that machine making its way through the order. It's a very, very fast car, but they had issues during qualifying, which meant that they had to pull over to the side of the circuit, and they weren't able to basically make the final session, so they got instantly put to the back of the grid as they didn't complete qualifying. And we're going to go back onto the grid now, and I believe Claire has lined up an interview for us. Claire.
Well, as you can see, it's getting busy down here. I was going to speak to Erwin Creed, who's just having a chat at the moment with his engineer, which is always the case at this sort of time. So I'm going to head over to second on the grid at the moment, and I'm going to speak to Augustin, who put in an incredible lap yesterday. I'm going to bring him in. Come here, come hither. You love talking to me. How are we feeling after yesterday? We were just talking about your qualifying performance, and now obviously to be second on the grid, that's a perfect place to be, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect. We can do a really good thing in this race. Looking forward to jump in the car, of course. I'm really excited to race again, and yeah, let's see.
Strategy-wise, we've got 4 hours racing. The weather looks like it's going to stay a little bit cloudy, but no rain. When are you meant to go in? Second stint, or are you ending the race?
Normally, I will end the race, of course. But yeah, it will be, the conditions are good. Yeah.
Okay, but how are you feeling? Are you a bit nervous at this point? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, a bit nervous, of course, but it's too early for the moment.
Would you prefer to start in that way, or?
No.
A firm no, I like that. How's your teammates feeling? Are they all right?
Yeah, good, of course. Yeah.
So chilled, I like this. Okay, good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll leave you to it. So starting second on the grid is Augustin Bernier. So let's head down and see if we can speak to Erwin Creed now, who is starting on pole position for this race. And he's not speaking to his engineer anymore, so I'm going to push him out the way. Sorry about that. Erwin, how are we doing? How are we feeling?
I'm feeling okay. Sometimes I don't know what I do before the start, you know. It's always the same pressure, you know, but I have a nice view.
You have the best view in the house. We spoke to you yesterday during qualifying and you said if you could get pole position, you'd be elated and really happy, but you might be a bit nervous at this point. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Let's go. Let's do the race, you know. It's forget everything, no stress and everything, because it's always like huge stress especially for me and maybe for most of the gentlemen if they are in the pole position, you know. But anyway.
Let's do it indeed. What are the challenges around a track like this?
The challenge, it will be, but the good thing, the weather is not so hot, so it will be also the challenge. I think it is very physical, especially with the corner Arrabbiata. You know, it's like wow. It will be. I don't know yet, but last year it was under the rain, so it was different. And also the tires, you know, to keep the tire as best as possible. You know. This will be my goal.
That is the goal and the challenges. We will let you get on because we're going to start racing very shortly. Good luck for the race.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let me have a look and see if there is anyone else that is kicking around that I could briefly have a chat to. Let's wander down this way. So obviously racing gets underway very shortly, 4 hours time in these incredible cars. This is more of a quiet grid than we're used to. Usually it's very busy along here. So let's see if I can speak to anybody else that is kicking around. It's funny, when you get a camera out, people do tend to run away from you. So I'm going to hand it back to the commentary box for now and see if I can find anyone else to talk to. But if not, we're going racing very shortly. So let me see if I can find anyone else and I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Fantastic to speak to some of our drivers. Very, very unflappable Augustin at the front end of the field there. He was certainly not wanting anything to worry about in terms of being nervous, was he? Wow. And Erwin Creed as well. Like he said, he wasn't sure what to do with himself before the start of the race. He gets to that point. But I can imagine that with drivers. You know, I imagine that, you know, they go through the motions quite a lot and they know what they want to do with the car. But then all of a sudden it's, a case of, right, now what? I know I'm going to be racing soon. What do I think about in this moment? We look there at the team from the 99 car. Let's start from the third row of the grid here. Noguchi, Goudet and Simonet. Simonet will be starting behind the wheel of that car. Just looking on the grid, actually, to see who is in the car first. There's a lot of teams with a lot of silver and even some gold and platinum drivers in there. I mean, Nicolas Prost, one of the standout drivers in the field in car 154 that sits on pole position. But also some of the gold-rated drivers in the field, like David Drew in car number 9. Which starts a bit further down the order, actually, in 9th place. Sorry, not 9th place, sorry, 12th place. But mostly, just looking at it here, it's all bronze drivers except for 3 on the grid I can see. Jimmy Cho in 3rd position, silver-rated driver. James Winslow as well, car 28, starting from 10th. And then Timothy Buret, starting in car 4 in 18th position. Also a silver driver. So it's going to be interesting to see how the bronzes get on here. And it seems like a lot of the teams will want to put their quote-unquote quicker drivers in the car a little bit later on, at the later stage of the race. Once the race is developed, they know roughly where they're at. They'll then obviously put the, like I say, quote-unquote quicker drivers in to see how they cope. At the end of the day, they're going to be handed the car later on in a much different condition to how it is now. The actual track conditions could have changed drastically as well. You never know where you're going to be at. You can't always plan for these things. Races always go differently than you expect. Let's just say that. Car number 28 we just had on screen there. That's got James Winslow in, starting 10th on the grid. And we're going to go back down onto said grid for an interview with Claire.
Yeah, we come down to car number 27, Christoph Cresper, who's now talking to his engineer. So that's a perfect time for me to pop in and say hello. Right, hello, how are we feeling? This is pretty high up on the grid. You must be pleased with this performance.
No, I feel well. The car is well. It will be a long race. We need to be careful to be cool because it's a whole track. There is a lot of gravel and so on. So yes, it's not like the same the first race.
It's not one of the easiest tracks, is it? And the cloud as well is making it quite difficult as well because the conditions are slightly changing. No. Do you prefer it to be cloudy instead of sunny?
I don't care.
Brilliant, I like that. You must be getting used to these 4-hour races now, though, because obviously you've been doing a couple with us.
I don't understand with the helmet.
You're getting used to endurance racing now. Is lots of endurance racing you've been doing?
Yes, we are. So for the race, we have to be careful. That's all the thing for us. And now I'm ready. That's right.
He's ready. Well done. Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to just very briefly just head over to the CD Sport guys over this way. Car number 30. The South Africans obviously taking over. Ben, over this way, my darling. Where's he gone? Over this way. Hello, he's over this way. Ben. Over this way. There he is. Sorry, we lost you briefly. We have to put a little tracking pigeon on you. How you feel? Like, I mean, this is, but maybe not exactly where you guys wanted to qualify, but you must be feeling quite pleased with this.
Yeah, very happy. It's been a big step forward from Paul Ricard. We can see the front row from here, so it's a good start. And hopefully every race we can move a little bit further forward. And yeah, we're quite confident for the race. Obviously it's 4 hours, so we need to get to the end. And there's some tricks in the race that we need to look at, and hopefully we can get to the end and move a little bit up to the front.
Paul Ricard was a tough one, off the line pretty much for you guys. Are you guys feeling confident? I know you have to travel so far, much of the team coming over from South Africa. How are we feeling though?
No, feeling good. I mean, the team's done an amazing job. We had some teething issues at the first round. They've sorted all of that out and the car's been great. So now we just move forward and hope for a good race.
Well, that's the main thing. How's Nick feeling?
Yeah, Nick's feeling good. He's been super in the car all week as well. So, as I said, hopefully we can chase a podium at the end of the 4 hours.
We're both being kicked off the grid now. Can you hear that? We're all getting the whistle. Good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are going racing in Mugello. 4 hours, of course, of the Endurance Prototype Cup. Make sure you stay with us because we are going to have a good one. We're live here from Mugello.
Thank you very much, Claire. Having a good old chat there with Michael Stephen behind the wheel, or not quite at the minute anyway, of the number 30 CD Sport car. Nick Adcock behind the wheel of that right now, sat on the grid. Bronze and silver drivers, Nick the bronze and Michael the silver. And as you can hear, the pit lane horns sounding. All of the personnel will be told now to leave the grid completely. And all the doors, a wonderful shot actually from further down the straight of all the doors on the cars, wide open, almost in salute. Looking really cool from all the way down at turn one. Obviously they'll dip down before coming over that crest that is just in the foreground of the shot. And then they will head into turn one. Heavy braking zone there. Drivers needing to be mighty careful on the way in, not to overdo it. We saw a few drivers overdoing it in the previous session. I believe it was Robert Greenwood that went off in the number 31 machine at the early end of qualifying yesterday. There is the bronze 154 car on the front row of the grid, ready to try and disappear away from the pack, I suppose. But these cars, they're quite susceptible to hefty slipstreaming. So you may see drivers and teams think about maybe holding back a little bit, wait behind the car in front of them, try and save a bit of fuel in the opening stint. Excited to see how these opening laps play out as well. Obviously a lot of drivers wanting to just basically get themselves in a good rhythm in the early stages. You can hear the Maserati safety car making its way around the track back towards the pit lane. You can see the Alpha medical car at the back end of the order. There's the number 8 Graf car, starting third on the grid here. I'm told it's Jimmy Cho starting that machine in this race, the silver driver. He's going to hope to overcome the bronze drivers in front of him, as the 1 minute board is now shown at the front of the grid. And everybody makes their way off said grid now. Car 71, a lucky pat from one of the engineers. Adrian Chila behind the wheel of that car in this first stint. And we have a nice, I was going to say empty grid then, but of course, plenty of cars to look at, plenty of cars to think about. And in the opening laps, it's going to be oh so important for them all to keep it clean, because you can't win these races on the first lap, that's for sure. You can't win any races on the first lap, really. But 4 hours lay ahead of us now, and a very multicoloured top 10 as well. A very diverse looking grid with reds, oranges, bronzes, blues. The bright neon yellow number 66 car, the Hallyday by T2 Racing machine. And even next to that on the grid, car 99 as well, the Valentin Simonet driven machine, Noguchi Competition. Lovely black and green livery on that car, and a fantastic noise as all of these V8 powered Nova Protos make their way away from the grid. An instant lock up there into turn 1 for car 32. Arlan Boulan pushing a little bit too hard there on the brakes, maybe just trying to get a bit of temperature into it, but snatching that front right before he could get anywhere. A lovely shot there of all of the cars filtering through. The 555 machine there, 73 and 72. The ANS Motorsport cars, all very similar from the front end. They all have a very similar livery anyway, the ANS cars. They all begin with this wonderful white front end with the red design down the side and the black rear end. Got some fantastic sounds coming from all of these cars. A very minute observation is that while they all have lights ablaze, and they all seem to have headlights on, some of them seem to have the, well, one or two anyway, seem to have the upper lights on rather than the lower lights, which is strange. They're all sort of grouped together in the middle of the order. I'm not sure what that means for the drivers, whether some of them are considered full beam headlights or some of them are just what we call DRLs, daytime running lights, just to show that the car is on. Either way, it's not going to get to a point where it gets dark this time round, like it has done before actually at Paul Ricard. The race taking place into the night. And the field is now beginning to form up 2 by 2. It's a rolling start here for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. So as they exit turn 12, head down towards the chicane of 13 and 14, the cars will begin to get 2 by 2 into a more familiar grid formation. And again, watch out for near the back of the grid, that number 7, Neil Muston, Louis Rossi and Jonathan Thomas Graf car coming through from the back of the order. It was mighty quick before they had issues in qualifying yesterday. It's a wonderful looking grid. You can see there the 66 weaving very aggressively to try and get some temperature into the tyres, just ensure everything is working as intended. And now they form up 2 by 2. As there's a little bit of a lock-up, maybe a bit too closely. 2 by 2. Lights are ablaze on the gantry, and the 4-hour race here at Mugello in the Endurance Prototype Cup gets underway, and it immediately looks like a good launch from the 66 on the left-hand side. Gets a fantastic run on the left of the circuit. Needs to make sure they're not crowded out there. Race leader under attack by the number 8 car down the inside into turn 1. Lovely move on the brakes. Very, very late. The second place car's dropped a couple of positions as a result, but the number 8 Graf car right down the inside. Jimmy Cho making sure that he shows these bronze drivers that he is the silver around here. Nice and tidy through turns 2 and 3, side by side throughout the entire pack. Lots of Noah's Ark action through there, but what a great, great move that was. A decisive move by Jimmy Cho down the inside. Car number 28 looking down there as well. That's Alim Geshev starting that car for these guys. You can see a few of them there having to back out a little bit early on corner exit just to make sure they don't run into the back of the car ahead. plenty of checkups going on through there. And the second place car of Arlan Boulan dropping a position or two, and now already under pressure from, I believe it's Mitchell van Dijk in the 66 it is. Started this one, two of the ANS Motorsport cars right together. Jimmy Cho has started to check out here as a move down the inside there into turns 10 and 11. Quick look down the inside. A lovely little, I wouldn't call it a send, but a nice little move by, I think, what was the 51 car, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans machine. CD Sport car as well, number 31, making its way up through the order. That's Christian Short behind the wheel. I think it was him actually getting ahead of Jacques Wolf in that manoeuvre there. It was the number 30 getting ahead of the number 27 as well. Nick Adcock ahead of Christophe Crisp. Nearly contact there between one of the ANS cars and the car just in front of that, actually. I think that was Crouet that nearly got into the back of the car ahead of him. But it's Jimmy Cho who leads us after one lap, and he has a considerable lead of 2.6 seconds. A brilliant first lap for him. Erwin Creed in second position, and then in third place it's Adrien Chile. Chile started fourth on the grid, so has gained one here. It's the number 8 car that made waves down towards turn 1. It was 3 wide. He just snuck through into the braking zone, and Jimmy's making sure that he tries to break free as soon as possible from this pack. There's the battle inside the top 10. Arlan Boulan started second on the grid. He's now under attack from Alim Geshev. Cars 32 and 28 belonging to CD Sport and 23 Events Racing respectively. As they make their way up through the Arrabbiata corners then, after just one lap, everybody hoping to get settled, but it's easier said than done. And right now, it is Jimmy Cho making waves and, well, just disappearing up the road by the look of it. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2, of course, because this lap will not be as quick as the formation lap leading into the start of the race. But it looks like that gap has gotten bigger. It's Mitchell van Dijk in car 66 that is all over the back of Adrien Chile. And now that there was this battle behind with Boulan, Geshev, we've got Eric Troulet just trying to make some ground. He's moved up a bunch of positions actually in the number 9 Graf car. That started 12th on the grid and he's already up into 7th place. 5 places gained in just the first 2 laps of this race. And look, there's the move down the inside by Geshev on Boulan. Looks to the inside. Boulan doesn't want to give him all the room in the world. He says, you can try it, but I'm going to try and squeeze it to the apex. Geshev goes through. Now tries to sweep back through to the left. Nicely done. That automatically puts Boulan under pressure from Trouet. This is the interesting thing. It's not just down to qualifying pace in these races. Multiple drivers in each of these cars, so some of them may not have the same pace as others. And Arlan Boulan being put behind the wheel in the savage opening stint here is losing ground. He's dropped down now into 7th position after just 2 laps from the front row of the grid. But let's not forget, later on, when the driver swaps happen and the other teams have all done theirs as well, it can really change the dynamic of who's got the pace and who hasn't. We're looking at a replay here. This is the move. Geshev takes a look down the inside, makes his intentions nice and clear early on, which is the best thing to do when racing this closely. And Boulan, you can see, he gives just about a car's width to the inside. Makes sure that fair racing room is given, but then all the hard work is given to Geshev, basically, to well, not run wide and crash into him. Geshev isn't out of the woods yet, though, because Trouet is right behind him now. The number 9 Graf car on the move. Message on the timing screen for the team manager at number 57 to report to the stewards, which is interesting. That is the team manager of the Koguma racing car, driven currently by Stefan Rupp. He's got Nick Chartier ready to jump in that car in the middle stints. But it's 4 pit stops in these races, 4 mandatory pit stops. They have to have done at least 15 minutes of the race before they do their first stops, or they get a stop and go penalty. And any stops that are made under a safety car or a full course yellow are not counted. They all have minimum pit stop times as well, so that will really vary the field. So we will see teams gain and lose quite a lot in the pit stops, and then it's down to the drivers to recuperate that difference when they get back out on the circuit. So at the moment, it's car number 8 leading the way, the Graf racing car driven by Jimmy Cho. Then it's Erwin Creed in second place, car 154 for Kogamo Racing. Mitchell van Dijk on our screens right now, hard to miss in third place, a purple sector 2 just coming in from him as well in the Hegele by T2 Racing Swiss entry. Then it's Chile in fourth position, car 71 belonging to ANS Motorsport, although I believe, has that changed now? Alain Geshev is, oh, apologies actually, I think the 154 has had an issue on this lap and lost a bit of time here, because all of a sudden it looks like Van Dijk has gotten ahead on this lap. He has. Didn't see that on screen, but Van Dijk has cleared that car and then disappeared as well. Let's see what the lap time looks like. Yeah, nearly 4 seconds slower for Erwin Creed on that lap, so clearly a mistake somewhere. Doesn't look like the car's got any sort of dust or any sign of a trip through the gravel trap on it, but he's dropped a considerable amount of time on that previous lap. We've still got Truet now in 5th position, ahead of Alain Geshev on that last lap. On the previous lap as well, Benoit Farines has moved up a spot ahead of the 777 car. 777, the Lamo racing machine of Alexandre Lafaucade. Christian Short lost a position on that lap as well, car 31 dropping down. He's now into 17th place, and a move at the tail end of the order as well. The Sebastian Morales, car 555, has dropped back to the rear end of the order. There's the 99 machine, Valentin Simonet at the wheel. Started that car 5th on the grid. It's currently running in 10th position. That's why it's intriguing to have the qualifying determined by averages across the team, because there could be one driver that on paper isn't quite as quick as the people they will go up against on track, based on what the team decides the strategy will be. There's a little look down the inside from one of the CD Sport cars, 2 of the ANS Motorsport machines there, just together on track, cars 72 and 73, running wonderfully consecutively. Adrien Yvonne ahead of Frederic Crouet. Mitchell van Dijk now in the 66 car, doing the fastest lap of the race. So really making his mark on this one in the early stages. 144.1 for Mitchell van Dijk. He's on a real mission right now. Looks like we could have a move on the cards here for one of the CD Sport cars. Moves to the left-hand side. I believe that's car 33 that is making the move, trying to get past Pierre Couanon. Goes around the outside, gets it done into turn 1. And as expected, I was wrong. It was Christian Short that was making the move. It wasn't the 33 of Michael Jensen. But either way, he has the move done now. Flashing lights as well from the 31. Takes another look up the inside. That's the 777 machine he is chasing of Alexandre Lafaucade. Can he get the done? No, he's not going to get it done into turn 6. You're not going to be able to carry enough pace over your competitor through there to make a clean manoeuvre. He's actually run a little bit wide on the exit as well. Trying to fill the mirrors with the day glow yellow and orange highlights on that fantastic looking car. Now he's going to look down the inside into the chicane. Decides against it at the last moment. You could see him dive out of that one there and say, no, thank you, I don't want any of that. Just ahead of these guys, we've got the 51 of Jacques Wolf under pressure from Benoit Farines. Now there's the move down the inside by the 31. The 777 gives room round turn 12. 31 machine clings to the curb on the inside. Gets it done in the end though, and Christian Short moves up ahead. He's on a bit of a mission now as well, actually. He was considerably quicker than the cars ahead of him on the previous lap. And that shows with the way that he's made his way past 2 of them on this lap. And there is the number 8 machine out of the lead into the pit lane. They're checking something over on the back end of the car. It's switched off as well. You can see that the lights are completely off, the DRLs. And clearly some deep inspection going on there into the engine compartment of that car. That is a massive shame, but not for the 66 machine, because that puts them now up into the lead of the race. So on lap 7, from laps 1 to 7, we've had car 8 go for a brilliant move down the inside into turn 1 and then end up in the pits. Really not sure what the issue is, but they're putting it back on and seemingly getting it ready to go back out. Very, very strange moment for them, that one. I'll wait for the car to properly fire up and get moving. For any pit stops that the teams do as well, they're only allowed 4 personnel out in the pit lane. For the standard pit stops, it's basically 1 there for safety, maybe with a fire extinguisher, 1 driver assistant, and then 2 mechanics. There is a specific area where the cars get filled as well with fuel, as the 31, lovely move down the inside of the 51 machine there. Jack Wolf losing a position to Christian Short. Christian really climbing through the ranks, to be honest. He's on a really impressive run. And he continues to gain place after place after place, displacing that 51 machine very quickly there. He was only behind him for a matter of corners. And even then, car 51, I think, has just come under attack from Benoit Farines. Car number 8 still sat in the pit lane, not making its way back out on track. Here's a quick look at the 31 going a little bit wide, to say the least. And it was the 33 that followed him through there, of Michael Jensen. He too is going up the order well for CD Sport. Here's Valentin Simonet, under a bit of pressure at the moment from Nicholas Adcock. Or is that, no, has he dropped another position there? Yeah, Nick is flashing the lights, actually, as the 17 car is now between the pair of them. Frederic Morel. So looks like Simonet has got ahead of Morel at the start of this lap. And now Adcock wants to go through as well. Here's the 27 car, currently running in 7th place. Car 27 has actually got a good 3 seconds to the car behind and 7 seconds to the car in front. So they're not really under threat from anybody right now. Christophe Cresp has just glanced the car off the curb slightly. He's trying his best to keep it tidy at this moment. Well, he's not fighting anybody, he just needs to focus on his own pace, his own laps. Just be as unflappable as possible. And I'm sure, based on the interview we saw earlier, all the drivers wished that they would be as unflappable as Augustin Bernier. But right now, Mitchell van Dijk in car 66 started 6th on the grid, leads this race here at Mugello. 2nd place at the moment is car 154 of Kokomo Racing. Then car number 9 from Graf in 3rd place, Eric Trouet. That car did start 12th on the grid as well, so Eric has made really good progress. Here is another potential move by car number 30. Down the inside goes Adcock on the 17 of Morel. And thank you very much, he says. Does that down at turn 1. And now he wants to set off after Valentin Simonet in the 99. There was a battle behind this as well, actually, involving Benoit Farines. That's the number 70 ANS Motorsport car. And Pierre Couanon, I believe, was involved in that. There was 3 of them very close together as they were heading through turns 2 and 3. And you can see already, can't you, that Adcock is starting to gain a bit of ground on Simonet. Now we've had number 30, which is Nick Adcock, reported for track limits down at turn 15. Now that is an infringement to the individual driver. It's not collected for the team by the look of it. So obviously the driver gets to try and push the track limits as much as they can during their stint, but obviously if they do that too many times in one stint, that's when they will then get a penalty. So they need to still be careful of it, as the stewards will not let it slide. There is the number 66 car, currently leading the race by 11 seconds at the minute. A fantastic run in this opening stint here by Mitchell van Dijk. One of the aforementioned silver drivers in this field. Timothy Bure is one of the others in the number 4 machine. And the other was Jimmy Chow, who is currently apparently out on circuit again, which is good to see, but yeah, unfortunately not in the position they would like to have been in. He was 1 lap down on the car ahead, 2 laps down in total. It does look like he's out on track, just coming into the final sector now. Yes, has completed another lap. He's about 2 seconds a lap quicker than a good 6 or 7 of the cars in front of him immediately. And he'll start to gain ground, I'm sure. His teammate Neil Muston hasn't made much progress from the start of the race. Started 25th and last after the car didn't make it into the final qualifying session. But since then, he's only managed to just about get up to 23rd, just overtaking Daniel Bassora on that lap. I think I remember Bassora starting quite near the middle of the order. That car started 20th, so it has dropped 4 places already. There's a potential move there by one of the CD Sport cars. You can always tell them apart with that very bright livery. It's car 31 of Christian Short. Still making more and more progress. Car 20 right in front of him, which is Pierre Couanon. He's got his nose much tighter to the inside of the apex. Didn't look like he was going to get the move done there, though. He'd have to wait for another corner or two to get that one done. It's car 21 on our screens. That is the Daniel Bassora car that I just mentioned a moment ago for DB Autosport. So it's Daniel and Quentin Bassora, with Adrian Bastide sharing that car with them. The silver driver, both the Bassora's bronze drivers. And looking at it now, that lead is getting bigger and bigger for Mitchell van Dijk, continually getting further and further away. And it's hardly like it's a subtle car to do that in as well. It's disappeared over the horizon. There is the number 8 machine again. Jimmy Cho behind the wheel, still in last position. He's a lap behind the car in front of him, so anybody that he overtakes anytime soon will not be for position. That's got to be a little bit heartbreaking, to say the least, after having such a great first corner in particular. He managed to get down the inside, take the lead from 3rd on the grid at the very first opportunity. And since then, it was going well until he went into the pits. Not sure what that issue is, but we will maybe find out a little bit later on. And we'll obviously report back to you and let you know everything that we know. It's teammate car, though, running in 3rd position at the moment, Eric Trouet. He's sharing that car with David Drew, who I mentioned earlier on. He is the gold-rated driver with the 2 bronzes, Quentin Joseph and Eric Trouet. And then we have the Lamo racing car number 17. Still right in the thick of it, inside the top 10. Frederic Morel is behind the wheel of that one at the minute. As we look now at the number 8, trying to just gain some time back. Jimmy Cho absolutely flying. Christian Short has been slapped on the wrists for track limits. Cars 30 and 31, both CD Sport cars actually, having track limits warnings in these early moments. Same now to car 21, which is the DB Autosport car, Bassora, that we mentioned just earlier. So even though it's in 24th place, it's still using a bit too much of the track for the race director's liking. We look here at car 70, currently running inside the top 20, but not really too close to the car ahead. It's more looking back at Michael Jensen behind in car 33. Hoping not to be overtaken, but Jensen's been quick in these opening stages. We look at the lap times last time round. Yeah, Jensen was 0.6 of a second quicker than the car he is chasing. So Farines not looking too comfortable in this stage, and he can't get complacent. That's safe to say. As they swoop down into turn 12, it's looking more and more likely that Jensen is going to launch an attack maybe into the final corner if he can get a good enough run through turns 13 and 14. No, he doesn't line it up just yet. I think he's just going to try and use the slipstream down the start-finish straight to then dive down the inside into turn 1. And there is the move from the number 30 machine on the number 90, and the CD Sport cars just absolutely ganging up on Valentin Simonet. That's Christian Short and Nick Adcock, both launching an attack at the same time and both getting through. Nicely done. 17 car not too far behind that as well, wanting a piece of the action. That's Frederic Morel. He's also having to defend slightly. Now, not too long ago, it was Pierre Couanon that was right behind him, and that gap was well over a couple of seconds. And now it seems like Pierre is right there with him all of a sudden. The two CD Sport cars almost wingmanning to each other to make their way through the order. There's a yellow flag in the first sector, which is at turn 4. And according to our timing screen, it is car 25 that's had a little mishap. The yellow flag has now gone back to being green flag as the CD Sport cars go completely side by side. A look down the inside from Christian Short, trying to make a move on his teammate Nick Adcock as, oh, there's the 33 in the wall on the exit of turn 9. Looks like he's backed that into the wall somehow and bounced away from it again. Contact there with the barrier. Hopefully they can get that thing going again. And see, there is the yellow flag being waved. Now, will that car be able to move under its own power, or will that need removing by others? Let's see. The yellow flag stays out at turn 9. Side by side here between cars 20 and 17. It was Couanon that was trying to get the move done on Frederic Morel. He must have gained a lot of time in the previous lap because he was about 4 seconds behind at one point. We have some cars pitting in now, and, well, Jimmy Cho was one of them. That car has come back into the pit lane, unfortunately. And the first one to blink otherwise is Jacques Wolf, car 51. Now, he was right near Michael Jensen, the 33 machine, on the circuit on the previous lap. So I wonder whether the two of them have had anything to do with any contact. We're going to go for a full course yellow. The pit entry will be closed because that car is not in a safe position, the number 33 machine. So we'll have a full course yellow now, and everybody will slow down to a set delta, a set speed. It's going to come at 2:09.30, so we've got 30 seconds before that comes into play. And then the whole field will be reduced to a similar speed. And it'll be right in the nick of time for the number 27 of Christoph Cresp, who is under big pressure and has already been overtaken by the number 31 of Christian Short. Christian making light work of that. Short work, you could say. It looked like Christoph started to close up to him, and then as they got to the full course yellow, he had to almost dive out of the way. The full course yellow is now active. So all the drivers will, like I say, slow down to a set speed after just under half an hour's racing here. Still 3.5 hours left to go here at Mugello. I think after a very busy opening stint to the race so far, a lot of the drivers will welcome that. We have 4 cars in the pit lane, which were Jacques Wolf, Frédéric Lacour and Neil Muston. But it was Mitchell van Dijk leading the way. But unfortunately, the full course yellow has had to be thrown here for car 33 going off the road. Hopefully Michael Jensen is all good. And you can see the previous pole sitter currently just crawling down the start-finish straight. They'll be a bit gutted to have lost the race lead that early on. But it was a great move by Jimmy Cho down the inside into turn 1. It's just a huge shame that they've had to come back into the pits and had problems with the car. Same as well for the number 7 machine. Seems like Graf having a bit of a difficult time at the moment. There is the number 8 car. Preparing to go back out on the circuit, I think. It looks like they keep resetting the thing to try and get it working again. At the end of the day, it's a 4-hour race. They're entitled to be back out on the circuit. They may as well use it as a bit of free testing. There is the Neil Muston car. Started at the back of the grid. I'm just trying to tick off all of the drivers that we've had in the cars so far. And thanks to Claire for reporting that both of the Graf cars just mentioned have now headed back out onto the circuit. So they're using the track time to at least try and get rid of any technical gremlins they may have. But it looks like the number 8 in particular might have a bit more of a gremlin than the guys want to admit defeat to. There's cars 72 and 73, the 2 A&S cars, together on the circuit. Green flag is out. Good stuff from the marshals to get that accident cleared up as quickly as they can. The A&S cars working together to try not to let Sebastian Morales back through. There is the number 7 machine out on the circuit. So the 3rd Graf car still circulating. Car number 9, Eric Truet, is currently in 3rd position. Alain Boulin has got ahead of Adrien Chila for 4th position on the previous lap as well. But we look here at car number 7, Neil Muston. Nick Adcock has got ahead of Christophe Cresp as well on that previous lap. So now both of the CD Sport cars have made up good ground. Although Adcock started 8th on the grid, so must have lost out big time in the opening stint. There's a move down the inside. Car 17 on 51. Now the 51 of Jacques Wolf is actually right near the bottom of the order, so he should be moving out of the way here under blue flags. The full course yellow procedure is apparently under investigation as well, so maybe some cars not adhering to the right speeds. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But at the moment, there's a great battle going on screen here, but unfortunately caused by the fact that the number 51 doesn't seem to want to move out of the way for cars on a lap ahead of it. They are obligated to do so, and it seems like Jacques Wolf does definitely not want to move out of the way of these guys. We're talking about the 17 of Frédéric Morel, Pierre Couanon of car 20, and then the number 4 machine down the inside there, that's Timothy Buret. But somehow Jacques Wolf's still in front of all of these guys. Doesn't want to let any of them through whatsoever. Car 20 now going to try and have another go to lap the finicky traffic, let's say. Moves down the inside, tries to make it stick, but no, he's racing it as if it's for position here, but Jacques Wolf is 1 lap down on the car ahead of him, which is Daniel Basora. So traffic already coming into play here in this opening hour of the European Endurance Prototype Cup here at Mugello in the Ultimate Cup European Series. Car 20 does now finally get by. Not that the 51 made it very easy at all. Car 17 still in the mix there behind them. Then Timothy Bure, then Benoit Farines for car 70 as part of the ANS Motorsport squad. A lovely squabble in the middle of the pack here. And to be fair, the fact that the 51 is still sat there in front of these guys will come as a bit of a breath of fresh air to Pierre Coinot, because it'll mean now that he doesn't have to really look in his rearview mirrors. He can just power away from the slower car. And not feel so bad as, oh, dearie me. I was just looking up to say, I wonder when Jack Wolf will get out of the way. I was just checking his last time, and he was 150.7. He's been clipped into turn 8, and around he goes. It was not going to end well, to say the least, that for Jack Wolf. With blue flags waving, I'd imagine he'd have got out in the way a lot sooner with that, especially with it being a battle behind him as well. It wasn't just one car on its own doing nothing, and he's been hit and spun into the barriers. It wasn't necessarily a hard hit into the wall, though. He's gotten going again. Maybe with a bit of a damaged ego, though. And it sounds like he's just nursing the car back. He's not necessarily throwing it around the circuit as hard as possible. We'd have to see a replay to see which car it was that hit him. And just on cue, here we go. So Jacques Wolf in car 51, he's going slightly slowly on the exit, and he gets hit by the number 4 machine into a spin. And it's a great save, actually, as well, by car number 4, being driven by Timothy Bure. But unfortunately, it has to be said that if the 51 had moved out of the way a lot sooner, that may not have happened. Car in the pit lane there for CD Sport. That is the number 30 of Nick Adcock. Christoph Cresp also in. Alim Geshev in the pits and Adrian Chila. There's the number 57 car. Not seen much of that car so far in this race. That's Stefan Rupp. He's currently running on his own, really bad look of it. Looks like he's in his own race. He's got a lap ahead to, 25 seconds to Daniel Basora. The timing is just updated, but he's 4 seconds off the back of Sebastian Morales, just ahead of him. And the incident between cars 4 and 51 at turn 8 is under investigation. It was not for position. And quite frankly, in my opinion anyway, I don't know how valuable it is, but Jacques Wolf should not have been holding those guys up like that. At the end of the day, he was a lap down and was obligated to let them by, but it is what it is. The stewards will now play their part in looking at that one, but it's still the 66 that leads here at Mugello. Mitchell van Dijk behind the wheel. Eric Truet in second position. Car number 9. With Erwin Creed in third place, car 154. Then it's Arlan Boulin driving car 32, Christian Short in car number 31. Claire has just reported from the pit lane that it is the number 30 CD Sport car that's in. Nick Adcock just come back out onto the circuit, still with Nick in the car, so they may have thought that there was a safety car coming or something they could try and take advantage of, but yeah, it seems now they've just kept Nick in the car for another stint. At the end of the day, they have 4 mandatory stops to serve, and they will get through them as conveniently as they can. They want to do that when they're not in a position to obviously make overtakes, but they don't want to keep the car out for a massive amount of time if they're being held up by somebody around them. A couple of cars already been into the pits as well. Daniel Basora came in, Adrian Chila, that's cars 21, 71, and Christoph Cresp as well. Race leader into the pits now, that is Mitchell van Dijk, car 66, heading down pit lane. And here's another look at that incident then, shall we? Oh, it was just, I think, to be fair, Jacques Wolf just had a slow exit out of turn 8 and just couldn't really get the car to go anywhere on the exit, whether he was in too high a gear or something. And the number 4 caught him so much quicker than he could have done anything about. Timothy Bure, I don't think, can be completely blamed for that. You could see he was on the brakes. The car was squirreling around, shaking all over the place, and he still hit the back of the 51 in front. We look there at the number 70 ANS Motorsport car chasing down the number 17. Let's definitely make sure we don't get those two confused. Frederic Morel and Benoit Farines, 7th and 8th. Here's a battle, 555 side by side with 25. Although the 555 is actually putting a lap on Frederic Lacour, I should say. Frederic got past Christoph Cresp on that last lap as well due to Christoph's pit stop. So he is, by default, gained a position. Now we've got the number 28 under investigation for a pit stop infringement. As Claire rightly pointed out in the previous prototype race, the Sprint Cup race, it's usually very clear cut when there's something wrong with that. And the number 4, now I must admit I'm surprised by this, the number 4 has been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with the 51 car, which I do find surprising, I must admit. I get that that was the car that hit the back of the other, but I don't think there was much he could have done for the car in front of him slowing down and making that mistake. And the number 28 have also had their team manager requested to visit race control as a result. So, wow, very, very interesting times there. There's a yellow flag at turn 11 as well now, as it's all going on. The number 4 car is in the pit lane. And oh, it's going in the garage, and the 57 that we were looking at not too long ago is off the circuit. That's Stefan Rupp. Yeah, the number 4 into the garage there. Not quite sure what's happened to that, and I wonder whether the hit that he had, Claire rightly pointing out, they had a problem at Paul Ricard as well. I wonder whether the contact that they just had with the 51 has caused anything to do with that. There is a full course yellow coming shortly. That will be in about 40 seconds time, so drivers now will get themselves in a safe position as the ex-race leader heads back out on track. That is the number 66 machine. Just checking to see if that's changed hands in that first pit stop for them. It's still Mitchell van Dijk by the look of it, as he has headed back out on track. Lovely looking race car, that number 66. So the accident down at turn 11 was car 57, and we're going to get a full course yellow now as a result of that. The yellow flag still in sector 2, and there it is, full course yellow is called. Suddenly the circuit goes an immense amount quieter. So right now it is the Graf car of Eric Truet leading the race, considering that his other 2 teammates are much further down the order. After having problems apiece, he will be a bit more pleased, I imagine. I'm told now as well, thanks Claire, that the number 4 machine is going back out onto the circuit. So it was a very short trip into the garage. I'm sure many of you will agree that usually when a car heads into the actual garage rather than just sitting in the pit lane, you expect it to be in there for a lot longer. Now, they have been given a drive-through penalty as well for the earlier incident, so rubbing salt in the wound, effectively. You can just see it there emerge in the background. It's crazy how much quieter it just goes around the circuit. I can see the cars out of the window rumbling their way by. Effectively, they're pretty much on the pit limiters at this point. A similar speed anyway, all the way around the circuit. As we see pit stop now for the 51. Looks like the wing and the rear end has basically completely collapsed. This isn't one of their mandatory stops, but they're deciding to obviously get some new boots on the car, try and fix the rear end where possible, because it took quite the whack in that right rear corner before it went into the barriers. Almost taking 2 hits in that right rear corner because of that. It's a big shame to see it, but like I said earlier, I made it very clear my stance on it that Jacques Wolf should have moved out of the way because he was a lap down on the other cars. Claire has just pointed out that unfortunately he might not be available for an interview because he doesn't see English. Speak English. I mean, you could probably not see English either. Now the guy's trying to work on the car as quickly as possible. Let it back down. Fire it up. They're saying, wait a second. Oh, the front left wheel nut. Is that not on properly, or was that a spare? Ah, I see. Interesting. Very, very interesting there. Bit of a scary moment. Green flag now waves. The number 57 has been moved away from turn 11, which was the cause for the full course yellow. And there is the 51 car heading back out. The wing is still very low to the ground. It's lost its end plate on the right-hand side. And you can see the bodywork moving around quite a lot. It doesn't look like it's in any danger of falling off, otherwise they would have received the black and orange flag, the black flag with the orange circle on it, which basically is like a technical warning flag to say your car is not safe to be on the circuit in its current condition. But right now, putting it through its paces on its outlap then. Jacques Wolf continuing on in the 51. Now the circuit comes alive again with noise. The 32 machine is now on our screens. Arlan Boulan started on the front row of the grid. And he's now back up into 3rd position. He lost a bit of ground in the opening stages. I'm just hearing from Claire that she's going to try and find out a little bit more on what happened. There's the number 7 machine. The number 7, though, has had a bit of a difficult race so far. Neil Muston has found his way up into 18th position. And we are going to head back down into the pit lane now because Claire, I believe, has an interview ready for us. Claire?
Of course, had to come down to car number 51 and speak to Oscar Bitter. Your teammate out there, Jacques Wolf, had a bit of an issue. We saw what happened. He's come into the pit lane. Talk to me. What's the damage?
We have actually Jackie had a very good start. After that, he started to troubling with the car. I think we were working with the balance of the car. We didn't find the perfect balance, but at least it's a good balance for this track. But now with this hit for behind, I think we lose a lot of downforce. It seems like the rear hero is a big damage, so I don't know how is going to feel the car.
How difficult is that car now going to be to drive and maybe even to finish the race? Are you confident it will?
With this issue you mean? We are showing now the crash. It's very difficult, I think, because this is a track that you need a lot of grip, a lot of downforce, and with a little damage, at least you lose a lot. So it's going to be a challenge.
More of damage limitation now to the end of the race, do you think?
Yeah, I was seeing his pace. He's losing pretty much. It's going to be a race to survive to us.
Are you confident you'll be getting out there for your stint? Are you finishing the race or are you middle stint?
No, I will be second, and I will do double stint. So it's going to be a long stint for me.
We'll come and speak to you afterwards and see how difficult it was to drive.
Okay, I will wait you.
Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much there for the lovely, lovely interview. Of course, a bit of a difficult time for the drivers in car number 51, but not the outcome any of the teams would have wanted. We never want to see contact between lap traffic and the cars trying to lap them, of course. It's never something you want to see in endurance racing, but it's one of the elements of endurance racing at the end of the day. There's lots of them in these sorts of races, 4 hours worth. Right now, we've got a battle on screen, I believe, between is that the number 17 machine in front of the 154? We'll check where the 154 is up to now. Owen Creed in second position. It must be lap traffic, surely, that he's chasing. No, it's not. That is actually the lead car number 9 for Graf, actually. It looked like one of the 17 cars because of the black and red livery that they share very similarly. That is actually a change for the lead of the race right now. Owen Creed really gained on the car ahead on that last lap then. 0.6 of a second quicker previously. And then absolutely flew up to the back of and went around that number 9 machine. So Owen Creed retakes the race lead here at Mugello. I believe we have Christian Short on screen now, car 31. He's got the 71 machine of Adrian Chile just in front of him, but he's a lap ahead of him. So Adrian will hopefully move over at some point soon. But again, it depends what the set regulation is in the briefing for these drivers of who gets ahead of who when. Do you have to move out of the way and, really throw yourself out of the way of the race leaders? You'd hope there was something to do with that, as again, the 51 very visually obstructing a car there. There's a black and orange flag, by the way, came out recently for the 28 machine. Car number 28, Alim Geshev, running down in 20th place. We've also had cars 21, 31 and 51, all three of them under investigation for the full course yellow procedure. And there was also an investigation earlier into the full course yellow procedure. Nothing came through from that since. That was back on lap 16, now on lap 27 here at Mugello, as Owen Creed leads the way for the 154 team, Kokomo Racing. 2 cars in their stable here this weekend. The 555 car a little bit further back. Sorry, 3 cars of theirs. Of course, they've got the 57 as well. 555 of Sebastian Morales currently running a bit further down the order. There's the 99 of Valentin Simonet. Car next to him is car number 30. These guys are not battling for overall position. Nick Adcock is currently running down in 14th. Of all the cars that have pitted, by the way, Christian Short in number 31 is way ahead of anybody else that's pitted. He's running 4th overall. The next car down that has pitted is Adrian Chila in 13th position. So he's got quite the advantage over those with the same number of pit stops to him. There is the 72 on screen now, the ADS machine. In quite the pack of cars here through the first sector. The 72, the 73, the 555 involved in there as well, and I think that's the number 8 Graf car, Jimmy Cho, in 22nd position. Not the race they would have been expecting from the second row of the grid. The 72, I mean, with that shot there, it almost looks like it's going to completely nighttime, but the amount of cloud cover over the circuit at the moment is substantial. It really has darkened a lot of parts of the circuit quite a lot. Now we have the A&S cars almost ganging up on the other cars at the moment as they work in pairs to make their way through. But Jimmy Cho trying to just unlap himself here. That's the difficult thing, because he's clearly got pace over the cars in front of him, so he wants to unlap himself. But then he might just, if he can't clear them enough, then he's, you know, needs to sort of give it back up again. It's a very difficult thing to have. This is the race lead battle. It is Erwin Creed ahead of Eric Truet, car number 9, going very well. Started 12th on the grid and is fighting for the race lead. Just under an hour of the race gone. Can't actually believe it's gone that quickly, to be honest. As they head back down onto the start-finish straight once again, Eric Truet right in the slipstream. Funnily enough, they're nearly a lap ahead now of the 66 car that's just gone through. And that is being driven now, not by Mitchell van Dijk, but Pieter de Curta. One of the first teams, actually, to do a driver change by the look of it. I'm gradually making my way through the entire entry list and writing down who has started in each car. Adrien Yvonne was the first one to start in the number 72, which we were looking at a moment ago. We've got both the Cruets to go in car 73. It was started by Frederick, and Gregoire will be in that one a little bit later. But look at that shot there as they go up through turns 8 and 9. It is almost like it's night time through the Arabiatas. No light breaking through there at all. Then on to the brakes into 10 and 11, Scarperia and Pelagio. Very difficult chicane. You really have to get on the power as early as possible out of there. But again, if you're on it too early, you're going to run wide, clip the curb. It's not going to be a good time. Erwin Creed's had a fantastic start to this race. Now he is the bronze driver in this car, and he shares it with Marlon Hernandez, a silver driver, and Nicolas Prost, who is a platinum driver. So these guys have certainly got some really good names ready to jump in the car afterwards. But there's a few teams like that as well. I mean, Danny Bunshu will be getting in the 777 car. David Drew will be getting in the number 9 Graf car. which is currently chasing for the race lead. Quentin Joseph as well will be hopping in. So it's some fantastic pedigree in these two teams that now battle for the race lead. A look down the inside by Eric Trouet. Didn't work this time. As they move now up to turns 2 and 3. Can't get the job done through there. It must feel strange for them to be chasing the 66 again, considering it led so much of the race in the early stages. We look there at the 32 car, currently in 3rd place, Arlan Boulin, doing a great job considering that, you know, he lost so many places at the very start of the race. He's built it back up since then. There is Valentin Simonet in the 99 car, currently in 5th position. Christian Short holding on really well to 4th place right now. Again, that car started much further down the order, actually in 17th position. He's had a pit stop and is still in 4th place. It's a great drive so far. Chasing his teammate down, Arlan Boulin, in the CD Sport entry. Teams watching on in the garages now, just hoping for their drivers to keep their stints clean at the end of the day, above all else. I do love the look of this 32 machine though, the gold and blue highlights. It's a very classy livery on this car. CD Sport have a very similar design on all of their cars, but different highlights on each of them. As there is a look down the inside by Trouet. He's certainly not just taking it easy here and sitting behind Erwin Creed, is he? He's following in his wheel tracks for most of the lap, but then he's still putting his nose down the inside and saying, come on, get on with it. Interesting to see they've got different headlights in these cars as well. I mentioned at the very start of the race that some of them seem to have the upper headlights on and some of them the lower, but the headlights in the front of the 154 look completely different. Just from a car nerd appreciation perspective, the LED layouts in the 154 looks very different to the car behind it. I wonder if that is maybe an updated front end or something different, but I'm told the cars are all identical, so performance-wise, it's all the same machine. But 154 leads this race right now with number 9 right behind. Boulet in 3rd position with his teammate Short in 4th and Simonet 5th. Couanon in 6th, Farines 7th, Morel 8th, Lafourcade in 9th, and leading in the AM category, the Ultimate Cup, is Adrien Yvon. Car number 72, ANS Motorsport, sharing that with the other Yvons. We're going to go into the pit lane though, and Claire has an interview for us. Let's head down. Okay, I'm told we're just going to stay up here for a moment. I believe we're going to go to some highlights shortly, and then we will head down and see whether we can get an interview from Claire in the pit lane. Okay, and welcome back then. 1 hour of this race completed here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup here at Mugello as part of this weekend's Ultimate Cup European Series. Chaz Draker up here in the commentary box for this weekend, standing in for Chris Stevens with Claire Cottingham reporting from the pit lane today. And it's certainly been an interesting race so far. A few highlights there, as you just saw. Obviously, there was the important inside move into T1 from the number 8 car, which is currently down in 21st position because on lap 7 they ended up in the pit lane. Not sure what the exact issue was there, but we'll see when Jimmy Cho gets back out of that car. Christian Short made a really good start to the race. The number 31 car has pitted but still finds itself in 4th position, just 13 seconds off the race lead. There was a slight moment for the 25 car before we then, on lap 13, had our first full course yellow of the race. And then we had another full course yellow back on lap 22 when the number 57 car went out. So cars 33 and 57 both out. Speaking of Claire, though, we're going to go down into the pit lane and she's going to give us an interview.
Well, it wouldn't be complete at all if I did speak to James Winslow through a 4-hour race, of course. Not exactly what you wanted for this time, though. We were just talking about a few issues with car number 28 that obviously you're about to jump into for the final stint. But once again, just before you're about to get into it, there's been some issues out there. Well, not before you're about to get into it. One before you're about to get into it.
Correct. Yeah, Liam was doing a good job. He started the race. He had overtaken a few people, got up to 6th or 5th position, was looking very quick, and then came in for some fuel and then the car wouldn't start. So we're not 100% sure why the car wouldn't start. Yeah, he got pushed out of the fuel bay, eventually got it restarted. We lost over a minute there, and then the officials gave us a black and orange disc flag, which means mechanical failure. So they made us do a stop-start in the pits, and now the starter seems to be working. So we're back in the race, albeit 2 laps down, and praying that the next time we stop the car to get Alex in, which is coming pretty soon, and me later on, that the car keeps starting. So there's obviously an electrical issue or a voltage issue or possibly a starter motor problem there somewhere. So let's hope it can last the next 3 hours.
You've not had the greatest luck so far this season, have you? And you're a driver that has, I mean, you've been winning trophies only like 2 days ago, haven't you, in Dubai?
Yeah, we've been busy. Yeah, we just won with the championship over in Dubai, and yeah, we raced another.
For the 4th time?
4 years on the trot.
4 years on the trot, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So has there been more before the 4 years as well?
Well, that's I helped sort of run that team, and I coach and I set the cars up. So we won Radical Championships, 11 of them now. Alim Gushev, who's out in the car now, won it this year. Alex Bukanstov, who's jumping in the car in a minute, won it the 2 years before. George King won it the year before that.
The one you shipped off to Australia?
We shipped him off to Australia, yeah, he was too good, so we thought we'd send him off over there. But and we've won them same kind of championships all around the world with me, helping coach and helping set the cars up.
But Ultimate Cup, unfortunately, this year has not been really going exactly the way you'd like it to go.
No, it finished badly last year. We were leading the championship by 12 points. We didn't get to finish the last 2 races. Paul Ricard last month, we were leading that, and then the power steering failed. 3 different departments failed. First, I couldn't turn the wheel and got track limit penalties, and then eventually the pump and the belt and everything broke, and I couldn't steer at all. So we still got 4th by miracle because we were, I think, a lap up at some stage there. So anyway, we got 4th there. Not the end of the world, but today feels, you know, when you're down and you get kicked again, it feels a little bit like that. But there's 3 hours, and I'll try and put my optimistic head on. Alex Bukansov's been extremely quick, so let's hope we get some good strategy calls and some safety cars and some yellow flags, and let's hope that plays in our favour.
I feel like when the car comes back in and Alex gets in, and it starts, I feel like that'll be a point where you can relax a little bit, or are you still worried at that point?
I think just for a little bit of reliability of the car and the scenario. I think once you know, we were in the top 5 and now we're in the bottom 5 and there's 25 cars, so the pressure is gone now. The sad face is on.
No, not the sad face.
So hopefully the happy face comes in the next 3 hours.
How are you going to get the happy face from being in the bottom 5?
I don't know. I'm sure we can turn this around to some degree. We're not too far behind, and you know, things have happened in the past where you can bring yourself back into these races. So, but we would need safety cars and we would need a little bit of help from the gods.
a little bit of magic.
Yeah, a miracle, maybe. A minor miracle.
You're going to be doing some rain dancing soon, I think.
Yeah, I would like it to rain, actually. Maybe not quite as hard as last year, but a little bit would be good.
Let's not do that again. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll speak to you again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Claire. Great to hear there from James Winslow, a man of many talents. It seems very, very strong driver lineup in that 28 car. Currently running in 18th position, though. Aline Gashev, like he said, doing very, very well recently in Radicals. Currently running the car in its, after 2 stops, but of course it's been into the pits twice due to the black and orange flag and obviously the technical issue that they had earlier. Right now, though, it's Owen Creed for Kokomo Racing that leads the way, car 154. Arlan Boulan in second place, car 32, CD Sport. And then Valentin Simone now up into third position in car 99 for Naguti Competition, because one of the lead cars, Christian Short, has been back into the pits again. That car's now pitted twice for CD Sport. We'll see whether that changes hands and anybody else jumps in. At the moment, then, we have Pierre Couanon in fourth place, Benoit Farines in fifth, and Alexander Lafourcade in 777. He's currently in sixth place on the circuit. Frederic Crouet then ahead of Sebastian Morales. Morales leads in the effective AM class at the moment. We look here at car number 27, was originally driven earlier by Christophe Cresp. Can't seem to find it on my timing screen for some reason. It is still being driven by Christophe Cresp, but it's just dropped a lot of positions from where it was earlier. They have been in the pits twice, that's why. They've been back into the pit lane. It's a very, very busy pit lane, according to Claire, right now, so plenty going on. But I suppose now we've gotten past that first hour of the race, there's quite a chunk of cars that will just be running the thing. Well, a group of drivers that will be currently running the things until they are just out of fuel, and then getting the longest stint possible from their machines. We've got Arlan Boulan, Valentin Simone in the pits now, Adrien Chila. That is CD Sport, Naguti Competition, and one of the ANS Motorsport cars all in. Right now we have the number, I was going to say 25, now 51 on screen. Bit of a, a scarring race, this one for Jacques Wolf and the team. It doesn't seem like there's a lot going on in that car right now, unfortunately. They're going to get ready to fire it up again. But this will be ticking off another one of their stops. I think this might be the third time. Yes, this is the third time that car's been in the pit lane. Here's number 25, heading down into the final corner. Sasha Klavadetcher now behind the wheel of this machine, taken over from Frederic Lacour. So 2 of these drivers have now been behind the wheel. Nick Adcock into the pits as well. We'll see whether he hands the car over at all. Louis Rossi has now got into the number 7 machine, I can tell you. Quentin Basora has also gotten behind the wheel of the 21 instead of Daniel Basora. There's a yellow flag in the second sector. We'll see what that comes down to. Who's been off the road? Yellow flag, is now down at turn 6 and 7, and there is a full course yellow on the way, I can tell you. It's coming at 2:56 local time, so in about 45 seconds. So on lap 38, there is the 32 car in. There is a car off down at, well, between turns 6 and 7, I believe. As we continue to keep eyes on this pit stop for the 32 team. Arlan Boulan. Looks like Arlan's staying in the car, so he will remain at the wheel for another section. As oh, it's the A&S Motorsport car, number 70. Benoit Farinez off the road. We have a full course yellow now in effect. It looks to me like, I mean, I'm not very good at prophecies, but it looks to me as if, based on the tyre marks that we could see there, he just dipped a wheel, a left rear onto the grass, and as he turned in, the car has let go on him and gone around backwards into the gravel and beached it. Hopefully we can find out and get a replay of some sort. As we see also into the pits, the number 99. Didn't see whether there was being a driver change there, just caught a glance of that. But now the whole field reduced to, I was going to say walking pace, but nobody walks that quickly. There is the number 9 car. Was previously fighting for the race lead, but it's Quentin Joseph that is now behind the wheel. Quentin Joseph taking over after a great first stint by Eric Trouet. As there is the pit stop for the number 30 car, one of the CD Sport machines. Nick Adcock was behind the wheel. It's lovely to see a pit stop like that actually going on, just with no other sound in the background. You just get the raw noises of the pit stop. It's really, really satisfying. Really satisfying. The guys get ready to get that number 30 car back out. There you can get an idea of just how slowly these cars go under full course yellow conditions. And the yellow flags continue to wave here at Mugello. You can see just how windy it is as well, based on that yellow flag in particular. Every flag I can see out of the window is really waving around. Quite windy, quite chilly compared to how it was this morning. The sun was beaming down on the circuit, and it was absolutely wonderful. Claire has just made me aware that Christian Short is definitely one to watch with the pace that he is on. And after, especially 2 pit stops, after his first pit stop, the car was still up in 4th position. So way, way further ahead of any other cars that had pitted. There's only 3 cars that haven't been into the pits so far. Car 154, the race leader, Owen Creed. Alexandre Lafourcade in 2nd place, car 777, and then Frederic Crouet, car 73. Everybody else, actually no, Benoit Farinez, well, he's not going to come into the pits now because he's off the circuit and in the gravel, but everybody else has pitted in this race that is still running anyway. There is one of the CD Sport cars just making its way around the first corner now, and you can see just how painfully slow this must be for the drivers. I'm told in 45 seconds the full course yellow will end. Apparently Nick Adcock is staying in the car for another hour because they want to double stint both drivers in the team, which makes perfect sense. So Michael Stephen will get in a little bit later on. And apparently Michael told Claire not to tell anyone. So if you're listening, don't tell anybody. Currently the 154 then of Owen Creed. Oh, side-by-side action under full course yellow. That's brave. 10 seconds to go, and then suddenly this is going to erupt again here. This is the 31 and the 27. They're not actually... No, they are fighting for position on track. It's Christian Short and Christoph Cresp fighting for track position. Neither of them are actually called Christopher, effectively. Christian Short down the inside as the green flags wave enthusiastically, trying to make it back up a position His car's 32 and 25, not fighting for position overall. Car 32, Alain Boulin, still staying behind the wheel after his earlier stint. Benoit Farines has apparently come into the pits, so the car is at least able to have been moved into the pit lane. But I'm not sure if they'll be allowed to continue in the race after being off, basically, and having the whole field neutralised to let them continue on. Philippe Thirion is now behind the wheel of the 555. That's been another driver change that's gone on. Belen Garcia now driving the 71 for ANS Motorsport as well. 51 back in, and there is a clear driver change. That's going to be, well, Nicolas Morlini, I believe, was going to be getting in the car, but is that... It's not Morlini, is it, that's getting in? Very athletic jump into the car there. Love that. It's great to see the art form that is a driver swap happening during these pit stops, while also the art form of a cameraman getting as close as you can to the action without being in the way. All of the different sections of the car checked over. Interestingly, the engine cover was being taped down there. I thought that the mechanic at first was just sort of making sure all the clips were properly pressed into place that hold these engine covers down, but he was taping it down. I'm not sure if they've had some sort of issue with it raising up or whether it won't secure properly. We have Couanon on our screen, Pierre Couanon. It's ahead of Pieder de Curta, but that is not Pieder. That is the number 4 machine of Bruce Ioanni. He's taken over from Timothy Bure. They've still got Nico Ferrarin to get in the car later on. Third driver for their team. Jimmy Cho back into the pit lane on lap 39. And we have the 777 and the 73 both into the pit lane now, and the number 9 of Quentin Joseph. Also, something that's just come up on our timing screen here as we go on to lap 41 is that the full course yellow procedure is under investigation from the number 4 car. I think they already had one. No, they had a drive-through penalty earlier on. As we see the number 8 coming out of, well, the driver, sorry, coming out of the car, Jimmy Cho. Now, is that going to be Couanon or is it going to be Kybers that gets in just there? I didn't quite catch the name on the overalls. But also, the number 73 pit entry is under investigation as well. Clearly, they've either come in too hot and obviously been speeding on the way into pits, or whether they have crossed the white line on the way into the pit lane at an incorrect time. Number 57 still in the race, which is good to see. Stefan Rupp was off the road earlier, so it's good to see that despite the car causing a full course yellow, they are able to continue as long as the car is mechanically sound enough to do so. Michael Jensen clearly damaged the car beyond repair earlier. Benoit Farines still dropping down the order in car number 70, so we'll wait and see whether he comes back out on the circuit. Couple of cars currently in the pit lane, 777, 73 and 9. Feels like they're in the pit lane forever, doesn't it? They'll be heading out on circuit again soon, I'm sure, but they have their mandatory pit stop times to do. Car number 4, they're having a bit of a slide around the first corner. Bruce Ioanni pushing like mad on that part of the lap. As here comes the number 9 machine into the pit lane. Oversteps his box a little bit, needs pushing back as the number 8 car heads back out. Now, who is behind the wheel of the number 8? It was Jimmy Cho earlier on, but he's clearly gotten out. It was Oscar Bitter, that was the name that got behind the wheel of the 51. It was on the tip of my tongue earlier. Claire interviewing Oscar just earlier on in the race. And it's Loris Kybers that has now taken over the number 8 machine. There's its teammate car, car number 7, driven at the moment by Louis Rossi. Nice to have the two Graf cars on circuit together there. The white number 7 and the blue number 8. And as we see it now, the number 4 has them in its rear view mirrors. The Switch racing car, not really in any clean air, to say the least. Still, the full course yellow procedure is under investigation by the number 4 car, and the pit entry for the number 73 is under investigation. That was Gregoire Crouet. And now the 154, which is the lead car, is under investigation for its full course yellow procedure last time round. Maybe going too quickly, maybe they didn't slow down enough when requested, or maybe they got on the throttle again a little bit too early. We shall see. 2 hours 36 minutes left to go here at Mugello. This is the European Endurance Prototype Cup as part of the Ultimate Cup European Series weekend. And all the drivers and teams settling into a bit of a rhythm now. We had a full course yellow back on lap 38. We're now on the 43rd lap of this race, looking at the number 9 car. This car running at present in 16th position. Quentin Joseph recently in the pits though. The race leading car is absolutely on a mission, but I imagine will be hindered in some way soon, because it says they've pitted, but they must have picked that under a, well, they must have chosen to do that pit stop in a very impressive time, because they are apparently a lap ahead of the number 20 car, but not quite sure that is absolutely the case. We'll see. They're just about to cross the line now. I wonder whether with the pit stops, if the timing has gone a little bit off kilter and it just needs one lap to recalculate where everybody is. There's number 8 going very wide through turn 8 itself, actually, through Arrabbiata 1. And up over the crest of the hill, once more into the chicane. Lovely looking and sounding racing car, isn't it? The Nova Proto. Fantastic machine. Just checking down the timing screen to have a look. I believe that's the garage of the 28 team. The 28 car at the moment is running in 15th position. Alim Geshev was behind the wheel of that car. Claire spoke to his teammate James Winslow earlier on. We'll see whether they change hands or not. Whether they have continued to keep Alim in the car as long as possible. And Claire confirming that we should have Alex Bukantsov in the car very soon. Yeah, Claire has just said to me there's an issue with their driver ID as well, so it very may well be the case that he's already in the car. It just still shows as Alim Geshev out there on circuit, which we've seen in one of the other races as well this weekend, where we were confused about Martin Bohm and how long he was in the car for. But it happens. It's technology. We can't always rely on it. Number 17, Frederic Morel, currently running inside the top 10. And it's tidied up a little bit now after a few incidents earlier on, but still a number of things under investigation. The entire full course yellow procedure on lap 16 was under investigation. Cars 21, 31 and 51, cars 4, 154, they all have their full course yellow procedures under investigation at the moment. No reports back on them. And the number 4 car, for what I think is the second time this race, not only have they got their full course yellow under investigation, but they've got a drive-through for causing a collision. Now, is that the collision that they had with the 51, which was, well, a good nearly 30 laps ago? I'm unsure on that one. I'm unsure. We'll see what happens. Either way, the race continues here at Mugello. It is Erwin Creed leading the way, car 154, by a considerable distance. And as I say that, they come into the pits. Perfect timing. Erwin Creed into the pit lane. And it says that that's the second time they've been in the pits, but they're almost, well, they're over a lap ahead of everybody. So I'm not sure that's definitely the case. But it wouldn't trigger it unless they were definitely in the pits. I wonder whether they've just done a quick sort of top-up or something and then kept him in. But this is their second stop now. They are miles ahead. But this will level the playing field slightly when they come in now. Erwin has done a smashing job at the front of the order, leading this race from rather early on. He may have lost that lead in the opening lap to Jimmy Cho, but then due to the number 8's issues, they got it back quite quickly. We have on screen right now the number 21 car. This is currently running a little bit further down the order. Quentin Basora sharing the car with Daniel Basora and Adrien Bastide. Those guys all racing together for DB Autosport. I believe the initials are Daniel Basora. Be a strange coincidence if not. Just over 2.5 hours left to go here in this race. It's crazy to think we've actually already been going for 90 minutes, to be honest with you. It's pretty rapid how that's flown by. Car 25 is Sasha Klavedetcha, currently running in 18th. There's the number 8 car that is way further down. Loris Kybers, 3 laps down from the leaders. Only 10 seconds behind Alexandra Leroy in car number 70. That's another driver change that has taken place as Benoit Farina has actually put that car in the gravel. So again, it's good to see that, you know, despite the cars going off, they could be considered out of the race. They're kept in the race as the 25 and the 66. Not being too friendly with one another there. Sasha Klavedetcha, the silver driver, clearly feeling that Pierre de Descartes needs to move out of the way, but Pierre is currently in 3rd place outright in this race. Sasha is down in 18th position, 2 laps off. So I think that Pierre has to move out of the way. The 154 has, well, Claire said it's coming in soon, but I believe he's already been in, and Pierre Couinon has gone by. I think the lead has just changed hands on the timing screen. And now we have car 20 leading the way, and the 66 that I was just talking about being in 3rd position is now up into 2nd place from 3rd. Erwin Creed then dropping down the order during this pit stop, but we'll see how quickly they can make up some ground again to try and get back to the front. As I mentioned, that team is the only team with a platinum driver in, Nicolas Prost, ready to take the wheel. Marlon Hernandez in that squad too, another silver driver, so really strong lineup considering that Erwin Creed did such a great job in his opening stints. It's interesting the spread of drivers in the field that have done either 1 or 2 stops. You would have expected that all the teams with 2 stops would be way further down the order, but some of the pace that's been shown by some of these drivers in the first hour and a half has been very impressive, and it's kept their teams afloat, so to speak. That's why a lot of the teams have different sort of additional time periods to add to their pit stops. And there is the 154. Has been the race leading car for a while. Don't be confused by the 555 on the Kogumo board. They are also running the 555 this weekend, and the 57 of Stefan Rupp and Nick Chartier. It's Philippe Dirion that is currently behind the wheel of the 555, leading its class as well, the AM class. Headlights flashing away. They're definitely different headlights on this particular car compared to a lot of the others. The way that the LEDs are all laid out just looks completely strange to the others, and ooh, that didn't seem too eager to get away there. Claire just made the exact same noise I did. Oh, the contact at the end of the pit lane. The 154 almost comes to a stop, gets a whack in the rear. And was that the 17 that ran into them there in the pit lane? Who else came in? That was a big old hit. Hopefully no damage to the back of that 555. It lifted the rear end off the ground. Just trying to see which of the cars it was behind them. It looks to me like on, yeah, I think Claire mentioned it was the 777. It certainly looks like it. They're around the same part of the circuit. And here it is again then. So the 154 gets moving. And the other car that comes down, yeah, the 154, just, it seemed to have some sort of issue, and then it sort of almost comes to a stop and then gets smacked. Absolutely smacked. It was the 17. Carol Freach has just taken the wheel of that one. The bronze driver taking over from Frederic Morel. So they only have Enzo Richer to put back in for the rest of this race. But drama there for the 154. That could affect their race come the end. There's a big old slide into turn 1 and nearly a bit of contact there. The number 8 and the 25 very close together. And again, those two, from what I can see, not fighting for overall position. The 25 down in 17th place. Here it is again. So the 8 down the inside, 25 in there. Tiny bit of contact and a huge slide, and both of them saving it. A very scary moment for both involved, and then clearly the number 8 not wanting to play around. But again, they shouldn't really be fighting that hard for these positions, because Sasha Klavedetcher is down in 17th place in that number 25 car. A lap down on these guys. Sure, he's trying to unlap himself and get by, but in such a brutal manner as, oh, we go 3 wide into turns 13 and 14. Sasha not hanging around here. The silver driver trying to fight with Quentin Joseph for position, which is the number 9 car, actually, there, the red car. So Sasha has gotten by the bronze driver. But the other machine, oh, there's a move down the inside if I've ever seen one. The 17 throwing it up the inside of the 154. The 2 cars that just came to blows recently. And it's a tiny piece, the little canard on the front right corner there of the 17 has just been bent upwards. It almost looks like the headlight has got rubber markings all over it, but it's just the black carbon from that canard. It's also knocked the headlight out as well. It's not working anymore. It was quite the whack, the 154 going up in the air. That was a very, very scary moment. We're going to just hop back down into the pit lane. I believe Claire has got another interview lined up for us.
Well, of course, I'm going to come down to car number 17 because Enzo Richer, you just watched your car go into the back of the 154. We're not entirely sure what the damage is, and you've not come back in yet to change it, but it was quite a weird situation.
Yeah, it's really weird. We did a great job from the start of the race. A good job on the box, a fast change, but I don't really know what happened. You know, it was all good, and the 154 just came out, and I think it's just an unsafe release. I don't know, but I hope it's gonna be okay. If the driver thinks it's good, he can drive with it. It's gonna be better, so we don't lose a stop. But yeah. I don't know, I hope you don't lose too much time.
Obviously, the team hasn't seen the damage. We've only seen what you can see on the screen. But you were explaining behind that it might actually not be too much of a damage. It's the sort of, if you want to point to where you think the most of the damage is.
Yeah, it just sits with that on the behind of the car. So.
Does it have a name, or is it just that? The flappy bit?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, here it's very aerodynamic circuit, so I hope it's not going to lose too much time. So I don't know. He's driving, so I think it's okay.
The car's going round. Even the smallest amount of damage is going to cause a bit of, for you to maybe make it a little bit more uncomfortable. Is there a slight concern getting into it now?
Yeah, he's going to tell us before I jump in the car what was his feeling, and yeah, if we think we need to change it, we're going to change it on my stop. But yeah, we don't want to lose a stop just for that, you know. So we're going to see.
In general, the race though was going all right before that happened.
Yeah, it was going all right. We didn't have he was driving well, a bit slow because he don't have much confidence, but. The car is still racing, so we are happy.
Okay, so you're going in for the final stint. Is it a really push to the end now and see where you get?
Yeah, exactly. Push to the end, no stop, no refueling, with some good tires. So yeah, I'm going to do my best. Hope to get on the podium. So yeah.
Good position as long as that damage isn't too severe.
Yeah, exactly. I hope he's going to drive until my stint. So we're going to see.
We'll find out. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Claire. Very, very quick stuff to go and have a chat with the guys from the number 17 Lamo racing machine. It's a big, big shame that their race has been affected like that, but the car is still out there and it's still got enough pace to overtake the number 154 on track at least. But as you can see, looking a little bit second-hand on that front right corner at the minute. 2 hours and 19 minutes and change left to go. We are currently on lap 51 of this European Endurance Prototype Cup race here at Mugello as part of the Ultimate Cup European Series weekend, our second weekend of the season. Here's the 28 machine, and I believe, is that the 57 they're having a scrap with right now? It is the pink machine. Side by side through turn 12. Lovely move that by the 28 car. It's been a car that's been up and down the order in all forms across this race. It's Alexander Bukantsov at the moment. And I'm told that the number 154 machine, yep, it's just come up on the timing screen. They have a drive-through penalty. And that has come up for driving standards, which I'm not sure if that relates. It can only relate, surely, to the pit lane incident. But I wonder whether it could be proven that that wasn't down to the car stalling or, you know, running slowly or just not doing what it's told. It's a very, very strange incident, but yeah, I was unsure whether that would warrant a penalty or not, but it has. The stewards have spoken. And unfortunately, the 154 that was on an amazing, amazing run has been halted in its tracks by not just that contact, I should say, but the resulting penalty. Pierre Couinot is coming back into the pits now in car 20 from the race lead. That means Descourtin will take the race lead. Car 66 ahead of Christian Short, and Claire mentioned Christian Short earlier on an absolute mission. Still continues to do so. There's his teammate Nick Adcock on screen as well in car number 30. He's closing in on this gaggle of cars in front, which is the 57. The pink machine, which is Stefan Rupp, currently running in 24th place. We have the penalty board out for the 154, Claire is saying. It's apparently coming into the pits according to the timing screen. And he's coming down pit lane now, Claire has just confirmed. Thank you very much, Claire. So that penalty being served as soon as possible. They may as well get it out of the way. And they're also doing a driver change at the same time. Now that's intriguing. I wonder whether they're going to do that and then do the drive-through penalty, because surely... Yeah, I was going to say we can't do both at the same time. We have had a 1 minute stop and go for the number 4 car, and that is for their earlier full course yellow infringement. So plenty of penalties coming in, and Claire mentioning that it's Marlon Hernandez getting in to the 154. It's great to have eyes everywhere. It makes my job so much easier from up here. The number 4 machine now has a 1 minute stop and go then, applied on lap 52. That is a hefty penalty, and the car already down the order. Bruce Ioane, 23rd, into the pits apparently too. But I think they've been in there for quite a while already. Yeah, it's one of only 2 cars in the pit lane, Claire is confirming. Belen Garcia currently running in 6th position, chasing down Christian Short, Nick Adcock, Philippe Thirion and Christophe Cresp, who still runs in car 27. There is Christian Short on our screen right now. Apparently coming in 6 minutes time as well. Thank you, Claire. So the CD Sport driver has done a fantastic job. One of just a few drivers that I made notes on in the early stages of their quick sort of rise up the order. Told it will be Greenwood getting in. Robert Greenwood, the bronze driver. The only other bronze driver in the team, Arthur Rojon, is a silver rated driver. This is their number 32 machine as well, also belonging to CD Sport. Augustin Bernier, a driver we've spoken to a couple of times this weekend. Number 4 apparently doing their stop and go now while they're in the pit lane. And they are cracking on already back out of the pit lane. Wonder if we'll see any more full course yellow infringement penalties then to that extent as well. 1 minute is, well, it feels like an absolute lifetime as a driver when you're sat in the pit lane. When you're driving around at the speeds these things do, and then you suddenly have to sit still for an entire minute in the car. It is not satisfying at all. We just caught a glimpse there of the number 99 car on screen, just ahead of the 32. That has now been driven by Cindy Goudet. She has taken over the car from Valentin Simonet, and Alban Noguti will be in the car last, the Noguti competition driver. And there is Greenwood getting prepared to hop into the car for CD Sport, car number 31. He'll be in there before too long, hoping to put in some laps similar to Christian. Christian Short has been flying in this early stage, up into 2nd place in that car. A bit of pressure on Greenwood's shoulders now. There is Cindy Goudet, car number 99, currently running in 9th position, ahead of Gilles Heriau, car 32. He's taken over from Arlan Boulin. Arlan running well in the first stint, actually, to be fair. Danny Bunchu is in the 777 car at the moment as well, Lano Racing. Danny Bunchu has been pretty quick as well. He's doing 150s at the moment, quicker than the race leader. Christian Short is also quicker than the race leader. The 154 has just done its drive-through penalty. That's been ticked off. Thank you very much, Claire. Good to know that they also knew that they had to do that differently separately to the driver change that they had planned anyway. Lovely shots here of the 99 car. Headlights ablaze, and you can see as well, it's not the lightest day out there anymore. You can see a little bit of sunshine trying to break through the cloud, but it's not really making it to the circuit. There's quite a lot of consistent cloud cover here at Mugello at the moment. Still not even at the halfway point of this race. A lot of time left to go, a lot of things left to change. There's the number 4 car still sat in the pit lane, so I think maybe this now being their 1 minute stop and go. There's nobody working on the car. Thumbs up despite the 1 minute to the cameraman. I wonder whether their earlier visit was their driver change, because no, Bruce Ioanni's been in the car for a while now, so yeah, I think maybe they were just doing one of their stops earlier, and now they've got to do the 1 minute stop and go. There is the number 51 car still circulating. Oscar Bitter behind the wheel, hopefully not too bitter over the incident earlier on, but he's lost the wing end plate on the right rear, and you can still see the bodywork's been moving around for a long time on that car, but it's clearly not dangerous enough for it to be necessary for a black and orange flag, so they've not been called into the pit lane, and I think that's quite fair from the organisers. It's good that, because you can see that it's not a case of it will fly off and it will come off. It's held in place for a long, long time now. The wing is sort of resting on the wheel arch, so yeah, it's not really doing anybody any harm. The only thing is that the balance of that car, the rear of it, will be all over the place, as it's effectively got active aero on it right now. It'll feel different in every corner for Oscar Bitter. I believe Croatian driver is Oscar. I saw the flag on his overalls earlier and thought it was the Croatian flag that I spotted. Apologies to Oscar if that's not the case. We've got a drive-through penalty for number 73, and it's for an interesting reason that I haven't ever seen on a timing screen before. It's for disrespecting the race director's instructions. So the number 73 has been very, very naughty. Big, big slap on the wrists for them on lap 55. And the 73 car is Gregoire Crouet, currently running down in 14th position. Just lost them on their timing screen for just a second there. So that is a drive-through. That is a nightmare scenario for them for disrespecting the race director's decision. There is a car off the road. Is that the number 8 Graf car? It is the number 8 Graf car that has gone way, way wide at Arrabbiata 2. That is a big old moment. That car has had a properly wild ride here this weekend, hasn't it? Certainly not the race they would have wanted. Loris Kybers having a slight off up at turn 9. Gets back on. But yeah, disrespecting the race director, that is certainly not something you want to do, to be honest. Interesting. Never seen that one before, but at the end of the day, if you're not going to listen to what you're told, if you're not going to obey the rules, then you will get more of a slap on the wrist. That's car 73, according to the... Yeah, that's the Crouet shared car for ANS Motorsport, and that will have not gone down well. The car number 8 is now into the pit lane after that slight off down at turn 9. They switch the car off and they have a tyre change at a time to do here. You can see all the dust and muck up the side of it now from when they went off. They'll obviously give the car a once over to ensure that it's not taking on board much gravel, it's not got any issues, and I think as well that, to be honest, Loris would have been weaving the car around on his way into the pit lane. So at the moment then, it's Pierre de Coubertin that is currently leading the way. The Swiss driver in car 66, which is the Hegeli by T2 Racing machine. ahead of Christian Short, second position. Nick Adcock in third. And the team manager from 154 has been asked to report to the stewards. But there's 2 CD Sport cars in the top 3 at the moment in the podium positions. They will be absolutely over the moon with that. But it's certainly getting colder and colder here at Mugello. I definitely think that's not just an effect that I'm feeling here in the commentary box. Used to so much sunshine here this morning. It looks like there's a little wave of it coming over the hills to the south, but it's not going to be a major change in conditions that's going to really throw off the course of this race. But at the moment, that Swiss car for Hallyday by T2 Racing is absolutely on a mission. Bright yellow machine. Not subtle in the slightest. Here's car 70. I really do like these ANS Motorsport cars. I think they look really tidy in that livery. The 3 of them in almost identical, sorry, the 4 of them in almost identical colours. Cars 70, 71, 72 and 73. I do love the consecutive numbering that a lot of the teams tend to have gone for in this championship. The DB Autosport cars as well. Cars 20 and 21. CD Sport have 30 through 33. Kokomo Racing, they just seem to like the number 5. They've got 57, 154 and 555. Lamo Racing, clearly a fan of the number 7 as well, having 17 and 777. There's car 71, speaking of the ANS cars. The only difference tends to be the colour of the wing mirrors on their machines, but you can already see the number board anyway, so we know what car it is. This car being shared this weekend by Adrian Chilla, who started the car. Belen Garcia in it at the moment. And then Paul Trajani. They'll be taking to the wheel in the later stages of the race, it seems. Paul, one of the 2 silver drivers. Adrian Chilla, bronze driver, starting the race. A lot of the teams tend to start these races with the bronze driver, almost to sort of get their stint out of the way. And then once they've got that done, then they can work on where they are in the race and get all of the drivers back out there as soon as possible with their silver, gold and even platinum categories. Lead car in the pits then, Pierre de Descartin, which means now that Nicholas Adcock leads the race. Sorry, Nick Adcock. He doesn't like being called Nicholas, I don't think. We'll go for Nick Adcock. He leads the race now as we go on to lap 58. A few more cars in the pits as well. Robert Greenwood, car 31. Alexander Bukantsov, he's also in. And Christoph Cresp, car 27, currently traversing the pit lane. Driver change for the 31. So, okay, that's Greenwood going in now. So Christian Short, fantastic first stint from him, though, it must be said. One of the absolute standout performers in the first part of the race. There's the 555 car, having a bit of a rough race so far for Kokomo Racing. But I'll tell you what, it's working for them. They've certainly had an action-packed one, but still find themselves up in second place with Philip Thirion behind the wheel. So Christian Short then being replaced in the 31 car by Robert Greenwood. Arthur Rojon will be the 3rd and final driver to take to the wheel of that a little bit later on. 2 hours and 4 minutes left of this race, nearly at the halfway point now. And you can see that there's a little bit of difference in approach from some of the drivers at this middle stage. They're trying to stay in a rhythm and make sure that they look after the car, don't overdo anything at the end of the day, because, well, you can see that some of them are staying off the curbs. They're just keeping it nice and tidy wherever possible. And there is the 66 in. They like bright yellow, don't they? They match the pit garages almost, don't they? This is the Hallyday T2 racing car, Swiss machine. Now that's another driver change. I wonder whether that's Philip Schlegel going back in the car, because they've had Mitchell van Dijk and then Pierre de Descartin, silver and bronze drivers so far. We'll see when they head back out of the pit lane whether it is Schlegel getting back in. They look a little bit more urgent with their pit stop there. You could see the two mechanics that were changing the tyres running around the car a little bit more frantically than we've seen some of the other teams. Here's the number 30 CD Sport car. This now leads the race. Nicholas Adcock at the very front. Nick Adcock, Chaz, make sure you say Nick Adcock. He's currently at the very front of the order by a considerable margin as well. 39 seconds over Philippe Thirion. And then Belen Garcia in third place, one of the ANS Motorsport cars. It's amazing in one of these races because of how many variables there are with all the driver pace, the pit stop times as well for all of the teams based on what sort of driver lineup they have with the silvers and bronzes. It's amazing to see how much that shakes up the order from one part of the race to the next. I mean, if we look at the top 3 cars right now, the number 30, the Adcock and Stephen car, started 8th on the grid. The 555 started 19th on the grid. And Belen Garcia's car, 71, started 4th on the grid. So there's a real mix-up of positions based on where they are now. The 777 started roughly in the middle of the pack, 15th place. But look at the number 7 car, for example, the Muston, Rossi and Thomas car for Graf Racing, currently running in 8th position. They started right at the back in 25th place. Pole sitter with Nicolas Prost behind the wheel, I'm delighted to say, now running in 17th. Well, I'm excited to see what sort of lap times we get from Nicolas Prost, the only platinum rated driver in the field. I think they came in very recently, so it won't be absolutely race-breaking pace, but he's done a 1:49.9 on that last lap, which was a good 15 seconds ahead of the car ahead, although actually that's an unfair representation because that was the car that Robert Greenwood just got in, and it was obviously as he came out of the pits, so that's not a fair comparison. And it is Philipp Schlegel that has gotten into the number 66 car, so they've had all 3 drivers in that machine now. Not a very long stint that for Pierre de Descartes. And just interested to see how Philip can gather his thoughts here and get cracking into this next part of the stint, the next part of the race, which will be the halfway mark very shortly. We're just about to get to the 2-hour mark of this race, the halfway point, as there's a move down the inside by the 17 machine on the 555. And I'm told we're going to go back down into the pit lane and speak to Claire for an interview.
Come down to speak to Christian Short, who's just done one of the most impressive stints I think I've ever seen you do out there. It was incredible. How are you feeling? You said the car was feeling good, but it's not all the car out there.
The colour, as I said to you, the car's been great all weekend. We qualified out of position due to the penalty in qualifying. And yeah, the car's just great. The car has been nailed on in all the practice sessions. And it was just great to get so much green flag in that race and be able to put some consistent fast laps in. I wasn't expecting to do like a double stint. That wasn't in the strategy, but obviously the team must have been happy with the pace. So I think we started, 17th, and I don't know where we got up to, but I was happy. I knew I was overtaking a lot of cars. That's always a good sign. But no, so much fun. This car's so great to drive around this circuit as well. So yeah, it was great.
I'm going to move this entire crew just in slightly because I don't want Stefan, my camera person, to get run over, if that's okay. And I also don't want to then trip over things. So you've obviously given Rob now the car. How confident are you in his stint, and how confident are you that this could be a good performance for you guys?
Well, that's a good question. So look, Rob showed some promising pace in qualifying. As you know, he's fairly new to endurance racing, so he's learning all the time. But I've got every confidence he's going to do a good job. And then we can put ice cool Artur in the car to finish off. But look, yeah, we've got the platform underneath us. So fingers crossed, Rob can do a good job and hand over to the superstar.
How good has it been to see Rob do that? You guys have known each other since you were about 4 years old. You've had your life together, and now you're teaching him, you know, endurance racing. And he was so excited to get back into the race. He came over to me and said, "Have you seen Chris's stint? He's amazing." And I was like, "Well, yeah, he's pretty fast out there. That's right."
That's so nice to hear. Yeah, I mean, I really do feel truly blessed to be able to share that experience with him. You know, second round, as you know, at Le Castellet, we didn't get the result we wanted with the fire in the car. But, you know, we're absolutely having a great time here in Italy. I mean, what's not to like about this circuit? And looking forward to, obviously, Portimao. That's my home track. I live half an hour away. Rob's done a lot of racing there as well. So fingers crossed, yeah, we can keep moving forwards.
The one thing that Rob did say to me, though, that he said, because you were going so fast out there, he was a bit worried what the tyres might look like. Did you look after them?
Yeah, no, the tyres were pretty good, actually. Christian over the radio was saying, look after the tyres, so he gave me a target time of 49. So I think for the second half of the stint, I wasn't really pushing hard on the tyre, and they felt good. I think these Dunlop tyres are good, actually. So, yeah, I think the car's in good shape.
Okay, podium on the cards. How are we feeling?
I don't even know. I've not had time to...
Not even looked at it. He got out the car and I grabbed him.
Yeah, you have, Claire. You grabbed me very quickly.
Did you get the coffee immediately when you came out? I saw someone handed you a drink immediately. It looked like espresso.
Water.
Oh.
Taking on a lot of water in the car. I don't know how long I was driving for, but longer than I was expecting to. So yeah. It's, I mean, how long we got left now?
Well, we've got 1 hour 55 left, so I can do that math.
Yeah. Long enough. I think I need a beer now.
Go have a sit down.
All right, thanks, Claire.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you very much, Christian. And what a brilliant stint that was to start the race for him. We are now over the halfway point. We're going to look at some highlights and we'll come back to you in a moment's time. See you in a few. So over 2 hours now into this race here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup European Series here at Mugello for the second race weekend of 2025. And we have a full course yellow on the way, I'm told. Interesting, 15:51 local time that will be, so that is in about 30 seconds. haven't seen that there's been a yellow flag in any particular sector, so we'll wait to see what happens there. Lap 64 then, we're going to have a full course yellow. Unsure on the cause to that. There's a car in the pit lane, the 777 machine. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full course yellow is now in effect. Really confused as to why that is, though. We may see shot of a car somewhere in the gravel or on the grass, in a wall, wherever. But we, yeah, certainly have a reason for this. They don't just throw competition cautions. This isn't NASCAR. We leave the racing and the gaps to be determined by the drivers, not just someone saying slow down for a bit. But the 777 changes hands. And that is Danny Bunchu getting out of the car after his stint. Watches on the pit lane and, well, watches on the pit stop and ensures that he is all good. Just waiting to see, they were shouting something down the pit lane there for a second. Apparently the car 777 has some damage at the minute, so maybe just checking over that, ensuring that it's all okay. Back out onto the circuit. Full course yellow ending in 45 seconds with no sign of any car with major issues or off the circuit or anything. So maybe, unless there was some debris or something somewhere, the marshals had to pick it up, get it off the circuit. They felt that it was in a potentially dangerous position. That's the only thing I can really think of. Otherwise, it's definitely not competition caution, or at least I hope not. Like I said, this isn't NASCAR. But the full course yellow will end in 20 seconds. There you can see the number 17 car just making its way towards us at turn 1. The headlight and the front right canard has been sort of pushed upwards into the body from that contact with the 154 as they left the pit lane earlier. So it's car number 71, Belen Garcia, currently leading the race as it goes green again. And all the cars make a fantastic racket outside. It is Tyrion in second position, car 555 at the moment. And in third position, it is Romain Carton. He has taken over from the DB Autosport drivers. And it was Pierre Couanon earlier on. The drivers with French names that don't like to sound like they've got any consonants in them that make it nice and difficult for us English commentators to pronounce. We give it a go, though. We give it a go. I've definitely not got a fluent accent for it. Still, race back underway. And we are in green flag conditions. Looking at the number 8 Graf car, this is a car that has certainly been through the wars in this race. Loris Kybers behind the wheel at the moment. 21st position for them. And there's a couple of cars ahead of them that are a lap behind the car then preceding that one. So they've got a lot of ground to gain. They are 4 laps off the lead on lap 60. But at the end of the day, they have to push this thing to the end. There's no giving up in this. You have to be right in it. There's 1 hour and 49 minutes. Another, oh no, I was just going to say, I thought there was another full course yellow procedure about to begin then, but it's the 154 car now. Just going back in time to lap 43, they had their full course yellow under investigation because it seemed like they either sped or they didn't slow down enough into the full course yellow, but there is no further action to be taken against that car. That's just been reported now by the stewards. We look here at the CD Sport car just ahead of the Kokomo racing machine as they try and battle away through turns 3 and 4. There's car number 70. Now let's not forget that car was in the gravel earlier on, caused one of the full course yellows, and as is the absolutely, completely unpredictable nature of this race, Alexandra Leroy is still in 11th place despite being effectively out of the race earlier. Philippe Thirion, car 555, into the pits for Kokomo Racing from 2nd place on the track. There is only 6 seconds between the top 2 and only 8 seconds between the top 3, so potential battle for the lead imminent. We'll have to keep an eye on lap times there. There's the number 70 car heading towards turn 12. You can definitely tell it's getting later in the day here at Mugello. It's crazy how a 4-hour race makes such a difference in a day. Just earlier on, when it just got to noon before this, before we had... Actually, no, it wasn't even at noon, no, was it? Because we started at this at 1 o'clock. Anyway, when it got to noon earlier on, we said it felt like about 3 in the afternoon because it had been a long morning. And then all of a sudden, it's nearly 4 o'clock here at Mugello. It's gone mighty quickly. A little bit of damage to the front right corner of the 71 car there. The front right headlight has been smashed slightly. Not a clue where they've done that. It's an almost cartoon-like smash on that front headlight. Perfect little piece of glass out of the middle missing. Drivers lining up for driver changes. A&S Motorsport clearly bringing in a couple of cars sometime soon. Here's a quick look at the 57. That is not a comfortable moment in one of these cars. As I said just yesterday when we were watching the LMP3s, when you see the car sort of half on and half off the curb, you see this massive amount of ground clearance all of a sudden. And when you've got so much air under a car like this that is so aero dependent sometimes, it's just nightmare fuel. Car 555 back out onto the circuit. There's been a driver change there. It's Denis Caillon now. Third driver to take to the wheel after Sébastien Morales and Philippe Thirion. There is a driver change for one of the 400 A&S Motorsport cars that are in this race. This is the number 72 car, and they all have the same surname, so that's not going to help any of us. But it's Adrien Yvon, Alexandre Yvon, and Jean-Francois Yvon. So we can tell you one thing, and that's that Yvon is getting in the car and Yvon is getting out the car. Takes a village by the look of it. Yeah. I believe it's a father-son trio, as Claire has just rightly pointed out to. We tried to subtly do that while the microphone was muted, but yeah, we've learned a lesson now. There's the 777 car back out on the circuit. God, it's really looking gloomy out there right now. I look out the window and it doesn't look too bad, but when you see it on the camera, it really does look rather miserable in terms of how bright it is, or not bright in this occasion. It's enough for Claire to adorn the sunglasses. I'm in tinted windows, actually, yeah. It's very true. Still, we look here at the 154 car, led a lot of this race, now down in 13th position. It is Nicolas Prost behind the wheel, though. The only platinum certified driver in this field. They've got the number 17 behind them. They won't want that in case it smashes into them again. Not that it was the 17's fault, to be fair. That's maybe an unfair comment. But the number 154 it's again another potentially front-running car that's just been through the wars in this race. They've had absolutely every element of motorsport thrown at them. They've had penalties, they've had contact with other cars, they've had potential technical gremlins as well, which is why the car never really got moving anywhere. But luckily, they've got away with a penalty for the full course yellow procedure. They're now chasing down the 31 that was flying earlier. The number 17 is flashing their lights at them because that number 17 car of Karel Frietsch is a lap ahead. They have the right to flash the lights to say, please move over. I'm unsure, actually, at this point, what the regulation is for these drivers to move out of the way. None of them seem willing to move over for cars lapping them. I suppose you can't really be that sure with a 4-hour race and so many cars everywhere. But Karel Frietsch is rightly, I think, flashing the lights right now to say, please move. But that 150, oh, hello. Goodbye. Karel Frietsch straight on and into the barriers here at turn 15. We saw in the GT sprint race earlier on today that there was a car down there did a similar thing. Too busy flashing the lights to make it to the corner. Locked up behind them, and Nicolas Prost, to be honest, I mean, on paper, the quickest driver in the field, but now, yeah, we have a yellow flag in the third sector as a result. Let's have a look. So, looking down the inside, just loses the back end. At the end of the day, I mean, Karel Frietsch looked down the inside, tightened the line to that corner themselves, Nicolas Prost didn't force them to go there. And then in applying the brakes and throwing the car in on a tighter angle, they've now gone straight on and into the wall. So that is on lap 69. Another full course yellow on the way indeed. Car 17 for an accident at turn 15. And that is a full course yellow. Just, I mean, it wasn't really a forced error, to be honest. I think what we have on screen right now is the 27 car. Yes, Maxence Maurice will be getting behind the wheel of that one. Christophe Cresp has been in that car for what feels like, not quite 2 hours, but 2 weeks. It's one of the longest stints we've seen so far, actually. One of the latest driver changes. There's a change of position there. The 57 just getting by one of the ANS Motorsport cars. I believe that's the 73 car, Crew A machine. And now we have that full course yellow. So, yeah, the 17 ends up in the barrier in the final corner. Yeah, Carol Freach behind the wheel of that one, trying to have a look on the 154 and just straight on into the wall. But as we've seen, there have been other cars that have been off the circuit and then continued on in the race. The number 70 is a perfect example. Alexandra Leroy inside the top 10, despite the car being off and in the gravel earlier. And it all of a sudden goes really quiet. I quite enjoy the moment of quiet here on the circuit. It's just, there's something quite eerie about it on the circuit. How it goes from being so loud. I mean, not just on the fact that we get the production feed obviously in our ears as well, so we can hear the cars relative to whatever camera angle we're showing you at the time, but obviously we, in the production trailer here, can hear the cars right next to, well, where we're based, basically. We're just past the end of the pit lane, and we're right up near the pit wall, so you can hear a lot of what's going on, to say the least, and these cars are far from quiet. But yeah, the 57 car is basically the last placed car that is running at the moment, the pink Nicolas Chartier car. But like I said, they were in a bit of a battle there with the 73, Gregoire Crouet, despite the earlier issue for disrespecting the race director's decision, is up in 5th place. I think we have on screen, is that the number 20? Yes, it is. It's Romain Carton. He's getting behind the DB Autosport wheel. We still have the full course yellow in effect. And apparently a lot of unhappy people at the Lamo racing team after that incident. But I mean, like I've said, we've seen a lot of inconsistency in this race as to what the lapped traffic does. Sometimes they jump out of the way at their earliest convenience. Other times they, I mean, we've seen it in this particular race. You know, they stay in the way long enough that it causes an incident. So I'm not quite sure what the protocol is, but Nicolas Prost, I would have expected to have been pulling away from the number 17 car, with no disrespect to Karel Freach, but Karel being a bronze driver and Nicolas being the only platinum driver in the field, we would have expected the latter to be pulling away. We have car 32 on our screen right now. That's Gilles Heriau, the current race leader. Probably cringing at my pronunciation of his surname, if he hears this. Second place, Cindy Goudet, car 99, and then Belen Garcia in 3rd position. No sign of when the full course yellow will end yet. Race controller very transparent on when the full course yellow will start and when it will end, obviously to communicate that not just to us, it's not only for us up here in the commentary box, but it's for the drivers as well. In most cases, you'd have a system or something on your screen to tell you when the race goes back to green. You'd just have the whole screen light up green, basically, and say, right, go. Sometimes with a countdown. Car number 7 there, the Graf car, flashing its lights. That's Louis Rossi. I'm told the 17 car is now making its way into the pit lane. So they've got it out of the gravel, and they've now got it into the pit lane. A lot of damage on the front right, according to Claire. So, yeah, not surprised though with the way it went in the wall. It was in at a pretty horrible angle. It was almost 45 degrees, properly buried in the tyre barrier. Great to see that they've been able to get it back out though, and obviously have the car continue in the race if possible. This is like really slow motion racing right now between the 7 and the 777, and then all of a sudden we get back to green flag racing. Everything's cleared away at the final corner. Hats off to the marshals, and we carry on here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. 1 hour and 37 minutes left to go. 2 hours and 22 minutes complete so far. It is currently the number 32 CD Sport car leading the way from the Naguti competition. Number 99, as a lovely move is completed by Graf down at turn 1. Car number 7 currently driven by Louis Rossi. Very tasty move, passing Alexandra Lafourcade. And the other car involved in that battle is the 72 machine as well. None of these cars fighting each other particularly for position. Alexandra Yvonne is the other car involved in this fight. Claire has sent me a couple of pictures of the damage, and yeah, it's ripped the entire front right corner off the splitter. It's taken the bodywork completely away. All around the headlight has just been completely removed and broken off. These cars do have quite a lot of tolerance, but yeah, it's completely bent that front end and ripped the headlight going in. Luckily though, these cars, the whole front end is basically one huge piece, so they can just replace the entire front end. It does mean though, if they just lose one canard or one small part of the front end, they tend to replace the whole thing. But at the end of the day, they've just taken the entire front end off and put an entirely new one back on. So at least that 17 will get back out there. It's very intriguing that. I don't think I've seen that elsewhere, where if a car is off like that and considered in a position where it would be out of the race, they then let it carry on so long as it is mechanically sound enough to do so. Car 72 is the latest one to have the stewards giving them a good old look, as they have their full course yellow procedure under investigation. We'll see whether anything comes of that. It seems like the full course yellow investigations take a little bit longer to determine. And there is the shots of the 17 car making its way back out. You can see all the gravel underneath it. The driver has stayed in the car, which is very intriguing. So Carol Freach will now be sent back out there and almost told by the team, you know, get on with it and don't do it again. Behave yourself. Claire saying that Enzo apparently comforted him in the car, bless him, and it must be great to have teammates like that, you know, to you know, keep your head in the game before heading back out on circuit, and have the support of other drivers like that. It's a very difficult time when you make a mistake, because it's very different to just sprint racing where there's one driver in the car and that's it. It's not only, you know, the car, yourself, and you know, a few members of the team. There's other drivers' races that you're affecting as well in motorsport like this, and it's difficult to carry that weight on your shoulders, I'm sure. Car number 8 then, Loris Kybers, will be trying to catch up to his teammate, although he's 9 seconds behind him at the moment. He's just clearing some lapped traffic. Loris is on a bit of a mission, but all 3 Graf cars are 16th, 18th and 19th right now. Not having the smoothest of races, to say the least. A lot more heat haze in the air there down the start-finish straight, you can see, as car 27 blasts its way through shots. Maxence Maurice behind the wheel of that. You can see a lot of the marbles being thrown up in the air there off the racing line down towards turn 1. There's the number 7 Graf car, right behind car 31. Car 31 was being driven by Christian Short earlier. It's Robert Greenwood behind the wheel now. A lot of the cars doing 152s, but Michael Stephen, for example, doing a 146.5 on that last lap. That's the team's fastest lap of the race. Really quick stuff. Cindy Goudet into the pits, and Louis Rossi round the outside of Robert Greenwood. And now they will hopefully make more progress similar. There is the number 30 machine. It's their teammate car, car 32, Gilles Heriau, that is leading the race at the moment from Cindy Goudet. Adrien Chile has now moved up into second position in car 71 in the ADS car. Bit of a battle here down the start-finish straight. I think that is the number 17 that's just gone back out on track with car 57 for company. Nicolas Chartier, 8 laps down on the lead on lap 64, while the 17, Carol Freach, is now in 21st position. Devastating stuff for them and that team. But it just goes to show you what such a small mistake like that, what massive consequences that can have. There is Cindy Goudet in the pits, waiting to time the pit lane from one end to the other. Obviously the teams try and accurately do that as much as they can. You have to consider the entire time the car is in transit as well. It's quite the art form, really. As we look again at the 57 machine. Lovely to see how much these CD Sport cars stand out, really, especially in the, I was going to say lower light, but I think it's just that individual camera angle. It looks like we're racing in a thunderstorm just without the rain. They've got the, I believe, the DB Autosport car right behind them, car 20. Could be the 21 car as well, actually, that is keeping them company on the circuit, as there is the second placed car, Adrien Chile, with car 51 down there inside. Oscar Bitter still running in 22nd place at the moment. Closest cars on track are actually in 8th, 9th and 10th. Robert Greenwood, Nicolas Prost and Alexander Lafaucar. The three of them were separated by a second on that last lap. That was cars 31, 154 and 777. But I think with the pace that Nicolas Prost is doing, that may have changed. The 777's going pretty quickly as well, actually. A 151.7 last time round. So we'll see whether they manage to overtake the 31 of Robert Greenwood. Speaking of that 31 as well, obviously Christian Short spoke to Claire earlier on, and they said he's got the ice-cold Arthur Rojon to go in. Their fast driver, as he said. The silver driver, Chris and Rob, both bronze drivers. The number 71, though, still holding on to second position right now. Half a minute off the race leader, but that will change soon, as now Gilles Heriau is into the pit lane. I think the number 70 is due to drop down the order a little bit soon as well, because they have only pitted once in this race. Alexandre Leroy behind the wheel of that car, the Belgian driver. They're up in 7th place, but they have also been off the track as well and stuck in the gravel, bringing out a full course yellow. Potential blue skies on the way as well, which is lovely to see. Claire's just sent me a picture from down the pit lane. There are blue skies on the horizon. Hopefully it all comes over this way. It seems to, well, it doesn't really seem to be moving a massive amount at the moment, the cloud. Now we see the 71 chasing down the 555 machine as they head back up the Arrabbiata corners. Look at the mid-corner speed there from the 71. Now, did I see a blue flag on the illuminated board at the side of the circuit? I I think a few of the drivers would be very happy to see that. Yes, blue flags. So they do show them. It just seems like a lot of the drivers ignore them, as we saw earlier with the 51 car. But then again, there's so many cars on so many different laps here. The whole field is spread across 7 laps from first place down to 24th. So I imagine as drivers, unless the pit crew tells them, you know, the car behind is a lap ahead, let them through. If there's a few cars around each other on track, they might not know exactly who that's aimed at, but you'd still expect them to make more of an effort to move over, I'd imagine. Either way, Chile at the moment will not be too upset by that. I think Adrian is just about to officially now take the race lead, and there it is. It changes on our timing tower. 74 laps complete, and the 71 machine leads this race. You can see what I mean about the cartoon-like break in the headlight. It's like a perfect sort of smash mark in the right corner. And now I think it's going to be the 555 just trying to stay in their slipstream and just follow them for a little bit. There's the 32 car for CD Sport into the pit lane. Are we going to get a driver change? We are. So now is that going to be Augustin Bernier? It's one of the only helmets I recognise in the series after we saw it yesterday during qualifying. Augustin Bernier put in a fantastic lap time in this car. I'm intrigued now to see whether he can make this work in the later stages of the race. 1 hour and 26 minutes left to go. 2.5 hours at least completed now. That wheel is definitely on now, and those straps are definitely tight on Augustin Bernier's helmet. Lovely little look around the car there. You can see how it's plugged into the compressed air. Obviously, the car has the jacks built in. I am ashamed to admit that it was only within the last few years that I realised that's where the jacks were. Childish, ignorant me used to think that they were built into the floor of some pit lanes and they had jack points and the cars had to park in certain places. Laugh all you want. But at the moment, Chile is on a mission. On the last lap, he's done the team's fastest lap of the race, a 1:46.355. Fastest lap of the race was done by the 66 car quite early on, a 1:44.1. I don't think anybody's getting near that anytime soon unless we get a major push in the final moments. Nicolas Prost, let's see his progress at the moment. 1:52.9, so he was 6 seconds off the fastest car on that previous lap. As out of the pit lane goes car 32. Car 28 also leaving the pit lane as well. Augustin Bernier now behind the wheel of the 32 machine, and it's Alexander Bukantsov behind the wheel of the 28. Don't believe they've made a driver change this time round. Just trying to keep up to date with which drivers are yet to be seen on the circuit, actually. There's a few teams that are still due a couple of pit stops. Cindy Goudet has got past Nicolas Prost. Cindy doing a 1:51.5 last time. Nicolas Prost doing a 1:53.1. It's certainly brightening up a little bit out there now. Wonder whether we're going to finish this race under any brighter conditions. The cloud cover is very thick over the hills by the look of it too. It's just a little bit broken up in places, but not enough, like I said earlier, to completely change the dynamic of this race. Not heard anything from race control in a while, which is good for the drivers and teams, I imagine. They can just get on with the race on track as it is. The 32 car flashing their lights at the 28 just ahead of them. Car 28 currently down in 16th position, whereas the 32 is inside the top 10, Augustin Bernier. Here's a driver change. One of the ANS Motorsport cars. This is the number 70. Alexandra Leroy will be departing from that, and it should be Gregory Seegers that gets in. We'll confirm that in just a moment when they leave the pit lane. We'll see when the driver name changes over on our timing screen. There's its teammate car that currently leads here at Mugello. Car 71. Started this race 4th on the grid. Belen Garcia putting in a brilliant stint earlier on. Adrian Chile now behind the wheel. Paul Trajani is the last driver to take to the wheel of this car. It's been wonderful to see these cars blasting their way around this circuit. And as we heard from Christian Shaw earlier, that he was saying that this car is amazing to drive around this place. He's been thoroughly enjoying it. It is a car that drivers do tend to report back on, saying it is a really good car to drive, because at the end of the day, it's as I've said, similar to an LMP3 car in its specification, but 100 kilos lighter. That's like taking my left leg out of the car, but also it's just a lot more nimble in every aspect as a result of that. The LMP3 cars, as we saw when they raced, they look heavy when they're on the circuit. They really bounce around a lot. They look like the surface is sort of rejecting them at every single corner. So to obviously have a car with that much performance, then take 100 kilos out of it anyway, I imagine it is a real joy to drive these machines. Great looking cars as well, great sounding cars. Fantastic for a one-make championship like this here in the Ultimate Cup European Series. Car 71, 10 seconds ahead of car 30 at the moment, 10.4. Looks like on my timing screen that gap's gotten even bigger as well, 11.2 according to my timing screen. Then it's Romain Carton in third place. Philipp Schlegel is in fourth position in car 66, ahead of Alexander Lafourcade in the Lamo racing machine, teammate of Danny Bunshu, Swiss driver. Michael Stephen is at the wheel of the number 30. That driver change happening very recently, so that's Nick Adcock now out of the car. Confirmed. We knew it was going to happen anyway, obviously, but still. We've been given a message on our timing screens that the number 72 team manager is to report to the stewards. Now that is the team of Adrien Alexander and Jean-Francois Yvon. We believe father and two sons sharing that car. There is the number, oh hello, I was going to say the number 9 machine, but the 32 having a really big push through turn 3 there. Properly launching the car over the curbs and over the gravel. Still an hour and 19 minutes left to go in this race. 2 hours 40 so far. There's a bit of a concertina effect here. The 51 car actually trying to get out of the way this time, with Oscar Bitter behind the wheel, I think it is. The number 8 and the 32 go through. Loris Kybers in 16th position in the number 8 car. The number 32 a bit further up the order, Augustin Bernier. He's running in 10th place, did the fastest lap of the race last time round as well. So Augustin He's got it all together here. He's flashing the lights now at the number 8 car. He says, please get out of the way. I need to make it through. And the number 8, fair play to him, Loris Khyber, says, yeah, go on, son. After you, mate, if you're in that much of a rush. But look at the way that number 32 exits the corner. It looked like a different category for a moment there. Then all of a sudden, Loris Khyber gets into the slipstream. And they're not fighting for position, so I wouldn't expect him to go for a move here. I'd expect him to sit down the inside. 32 moves to the inside, though. Still feels the need to defend that. I suppose at the end of the day, they're all trying to manage their own race. They've got other cars to chase. They've got gaps to try and close. So they don't want to be giving away free time and free seconds to cars that are lapping them, because at the end of the day, they're not fighting them for position at that very moment. But the fastest car on circuit, and the fastest car we've had all race, is now the number 32, running in 9th position, Augustin Bernier, on a flyer, as we saw he was in qualifying. Just missed out on pole position by 0.3 of a second. That's based on an average as well of 3 sessions from Bernier, Boulin and Heriau. There's car number 20. Started this race in 13th position. Couenel, Bechet and Carton. Currently running in 3rd place as well, with Romain Carton at the wheel. Powering out of the final corner. Let's see what the gap is to Michael Stephen ahead of him. Michael Stephen is 8.4 seconds off the race lead. Romain Carton is 16 seconds off. Philipp Schlegel is then only 2.3 seconds behind them, so there's potential there for a battle for 3rd position. I just had word from Claire that she's down in the pit lane with a driver that had a fantastic opening stint, Belen Garcia.
Stint indeed. Well, we were just talking, it's a bit too soon to get excited, but you're in a good position at the moment.
Yeah. It's always better to fight from first than fight until the end from last. So everything is still on. We need to finish with no mistakes and then see what happens.
Of course, with endurance racing, we do know anything can happen, but it felt that the car was comfortable and you felt comfortable on the track.
Actually, no.
Not at all. See, look, I should never assume.
Yeah, actually, no. For me, it was a drama. And I think everyone on track would say the same. The gradation here is being massive. So I didn't know we were at that positions until the end when I stopped. Oh, okay, that's good. But I was fighting with the car a lot. But yeah, it had good results in the end.
Okay, so the tyres are a real struggle out there.
Yeah, a lot. I think everyone. When a car got to you with new tires, it was like a different category. Like it was LMP2s going through you. So yeah, big difference in tires.
Okay, well you're making it look very easy out there, so that's always good then. And how are we feeling towards the end of the race? We've got an hour and a half or so to go. It's a nervy time for you because you're not going back out on track, but the confidence in your team.
Yeah, I mean, we think we have the pace. Everyone thinks that, everyone wants to win. We don't know what will happen, but we will try to work to be able to maximize the result. That's it.
In some ways, it's also been a little bit straightforward. We've had a lot of safety cars and things like that, but touch wood, no red flags. So is your strategy still on course?
Yeah, actually everything went our way this time, but still, as you say, a lot can happen and everyone can have their way, so nothing's closed. We'll still fighting and we will do our best to win.
Are you feeling a bit nervous at this point?
Not really, actually. I'm really comfortable with this. I'm more nervous when we have to come back, you know.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you so much.
Belen Garcia, what an absolute star. Fantastic performance so far. A really solid stint. And sharing the car with Adrian Chila and Paul Trajani. Just checking if No, it's still Adrian Chile in the car, actually. I thought for a moment I'd lost them on the timing screen, but they are considerably... I'll say considerably, actually. The gap is now only 8 seconds for the lead to Michael Stephen. I think it was a little bit more than that before, but they are definitely the lead car and doing a mighty fine job of it as well. Romain Carton still in 3rd position. There is the 51 machine on your screens right now. Oscar Bitter. Oscar, unfortunately, a lap down on the car ahead, which is Gregory Seegers. I said earlier it might be Gregory getting in the number 70 car, and it absolutely was, so I can cross that one off my list. Just looking to see if there's any drivers that we haven't seen out on track yet. What about the number 4 car? It definitely has Nico Ferrarin at the wheel. The number 7 car has still got Louis Rossi, so we're yet to see Jonathan Thomas behind the wheel. Loris Kaiber is still driving the number 8, so we are yet to see Alexandre Cournot. And David Drew hasn't taken to the wheel of the number 9 yet either. It's still Eric Truet there. Enzo Riche, has he been in the 17 yet? No. Karel Freach still behind the wheel of that car. And then looking at the number 20, it's only been Pierre Couannon and Romain Carton. We didn't originally have Couannon written down. We had Philippe Lenoir and Matthias Becce. I think Matthias is still here, but I don't think Philippe Lenoir is. So I'll have to confirm that one. Looking for car 21 as well, just to see while these pit stops go on. Quentin Bassora is still at the wheel of the 21. Adrien Bastide will be the final driver to take to the wheel of that car. A little bit of sunshine breaking through on the circuit now, which is lovely to see. How pretty are these Kogumo racing cars? That metallic orange looks fantastic. This is the 154 machine. Erwin Creed, Marlon Hernandez, Nicolas Prost. I think Nicolas is staying in the car. There's the number 99 down the inside of car 25. That is not for position. Cindy Goudet is in 5th place. The 25 is a little bit further back. Frederic Lacour currently running in 12th place, but they've got 2 of the ANS Motorsport cars behind. 73 is the immediate threat. That's the car of Frederic Crouet down in 17th, but then the race leader of Adrien Chile. As this quartet makes its way down through turns 6 and 7, you can just see the cockpit of the car over the barrier. Adrien Chile just flashing at his teammate there, saying, please move over. Out of all the cars in the world, please move over. And there goes the 154, sounding amazing as it leaves the pit lane. And now heading back out onto the track, I can tell you as well, from here in the production trailer, it also sounded mega. Really, really good stuff. We've not had any penalties, any incidents or anything since lap number 71, when the, well, to be fair, the last incident was lap 69. We're now on lap 83 of this race, so it's been a long old time. It was a full course yellow under investigation earlier for car 72. Not heard back from that yet. It's been nearly half an hour since then. So later in the race, where you'd normally expect drivers to have a little bit of fatigue and a little bit of tiredness about them, maybe the car's not performing at its best because it's already done nearly 3 hours of a race. You know, these drivers usually fall a little bit by the wayside in the later stages, but that's not been the case here. They've been doing a great job at keeping this segment of the race very clean. Back there, the 154, back down the inside of car 51. I think after the earlier incident with the 51, Oscar Bitter is making more of an effort now to move out of the way for cars coming through. That and the 154 of Nicolas Prost is surely... No, it's actually Marlon Hernandez behind the wheel at this present moment. Nicolas Prost didn't seem to have been in the car for that long compared to the others. He didn't really set the timing screens alight as we would have expected from obviously the classification on paper. And there is, I believe, Artur Rojon. Yes, it is. You could just see his name on the side of the lid there. He's about to get in to replace, who's currently driving that car at the moment? It's Robert Greenwood in the 31, isn't it? Because yes, Christian Short did that first amazing stint that we've spent so much of the race talking about that clearly is definitely stuck in my brain. The 154 though cracks on, and Marlon Hernandez currently in 19th place. Let's not forget this car started on pole position, and via the average of the 3 sessions was fastest by just about 0.3 of a second. It was mighty close at the front of the pack. There's the 66 car. We've not seen that in a while. Still running in 4th position. Philipp Schlegel, the Swiss driver, did a 1:48.6 last time round, faster than the 2 cars ahead by over a second. And he's a bronze, and those 2 are silvers. So it shows you how lap traffic could potentially get in the way here, but also the inconsistency of the pace of the entire field here. We've got 1:47s all the way up to 1:54s. There's 7 seconds difference between all the lap times. Alexander Yvonne did a 1:58 last time, but I think they just came out of the pit lane. But some lap times coming in that definitely are not personal bests. A personal best for 777, Danny Bunchu, on that previous lap. So he's pushing at the moment. There's a lot of drivers in the pack that are making waves, but they're doing it very under the radar at the moment. They're not, like I say, setting the timing screens alight. They're not putting purple sectors in everywhere, but obviously a bit earlier in the race, the cars were in their optimum window and the tyres were up to the right temperature. As the circuit has been really cold, I imagine it's been quite difficult to get enough tyre temperature in, quite simply. So as they head over the crest of the hill, the 66, very resplendent, whether there's sunlight on it or not. Very bright yellow machine, the Hallyday by T2 racing car. Looks very clean and tidy, doesn't it? Not a mark on that car from this race. They head down towards the final corner now. They've got a car in front of them on the road. I think that's the number 20 DB Autosport car. Just over an hour left of this race now, an hour and 5 minutes and change. Car heading into the pits, which is the number 20 that was just ahead of them on the circuit. And there just behind them on the circuit is the 555 making its way around. It's Denis Caillon behind the wheel of that one. One headlight ablaze on that thing. Not quite sure where or what has happened to the other headlight, whether they've had a little bit of a tap with another car or whether it's just in time, a bit aggressive over a curb. They might have just shaken a connection loose. You see it quite a lot. Either way, it looks like they're definitely not slowing down at all. Really pushing at the moment. You can just see the urgency with which they attack the circuit. No matter where they are on track, they just seem to be really pushing it. But I do really like the bronze on these Kokomo racing cars. The 57 is obviously the bright pink machine, whereas they have these 2 more sort of bronze coloured cars. It's a very classy livery, even the pink as well. The 57 is a good looking car. Nicolas Chartier behind the wheel of that one. A few cars have recently come out of the pits. James Winslow has now taken to the wheel of the 28, the 23 events racing car. Definitely missed a trick there, considering there's no other number 23 car in the field. We've also got Vini Beltramelli taking over for DB Autosport. I'm sure I saw that that name was going to be racing in a different car. Yeah, I had that driver down as racing in the number 25 with Frederic Lacour and Sasha Clavadeccia. Vini Beltramelli is now at the wheel of the 21, which is an interesting turn up for the books. We've all heard of transfer windows, but not mid-race. Still, car 71 on our screens now, leading the race by, well, not a lot, to say the least. Car number 30, Michael Stephen, is right behind there, hoping to get to the front of the order. Michael sharing that car with Nick Adcock. Michael, a silver driver. Adrian Chila, a bronze driver. So on paper, you'd fancy Michael in this one. But into the pit lane, at a pretty perfect moment, comes Adrian Chila. Michael Stephen inherits the race lead. I'm sure he would have preferred to have taken the race lead on the circuit, but still he won't complain. And the 17 is in the pits. Sinclair saying that they've finally got Enzo Richer in the car as we head just into the final hour of this race. Certainly does seem like an absolute age since we've seen Enzo on the circuit. It's on its way down, and the driver change will happen soon. I'm intrigued to see when Graf put David Drew in the number 9 car, the gold driver. They might have him in for the full final hour, but this is your new race leader, everybody. Michael Stephen, car number 30, at the very sharp end of the order. Started in 8th position on the grid. And in terms of their qualifying time, they were 1.3 seconds off the pole time in average. There's the second place car, Philipp Schlegel, number 66. Apparently, the number 17 car nearly just got wiped out by the 7 in the pit lane there. A bit of a close call. Wonder whether... Oh, I've just seen the 7 leave the pit lane, actually. I was going to say, I wondered if they were making their way in to do a driver change or something, but it's still the... Jonathan Thomas is in the car, I can confirm, sorry. Jonathan Thomas now at the wheel of the number 7 machine. Where's the number 8? It is Alexandra Cunol that is behind the wheel of that one. David Drew still yet to take the wheel in the number 9, but that car is now coming into the pits, I can see. We look back at the number 66 of Philipp Schlegel. And we are just about to get to the 1 hour mark, or 1 hour left, I should say. We're about 30 seconds from it. Can't believe that 3 hours has gone by that quickly already, but still, great action here from the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Lots of pit stops, lots of strategies, and so much to figure out. We've only got an hour left of this race here at Mugello. It's certainly kept my eyes on stalks so far, trying to figure out who's in the car and when and who's doing what. But we're going to cut to some highlights of the past 3 hours, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody, to the European Endurance Prototype Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup European Series here at Mugello this weekend. This is the second race weekend of the championship, and we are now less than an hour from the end of this 4-hour endurance race. We've had some interesting moments so far, starting with, well, the lead changing at the very first corner, the number 8 machine with Jimmy Chow at the wheel, taking the lead in the early stages, but then having a technical issue of sorts and coming into the pits on lap 7. Christian Short got his race off to a great start and flew up the order. We then had an accident at turn 9 with the 33 car. They have since been out of the race, unfortunately. I think they went into the barrier with the rear end of the car and it's damaged them enough to mean that they could not continue. We then had full course yellow, of course, as a result. There was lots of investigations there. The 51 and the Timothy Bure car, which for some daft reason I haven't written the number down for, the number 4 machine, they came to contact while the number 51 was being lapped. They then got a drive-through penalty, the number 4. Then there was an accident at turn 11, which was the 57 car off in the gravel. That car is still running, down in 22nd place. We had another accident. Car 70 went off at turn 6. They have also continued on in the race. A lot of investigations came after that for full course yellow procedures and pit entries as well. And then we had pretty controversial contact between the 154 car and the 17 at the end of the pit lane. The 154 getting a drive-through penalty. Now, I've had a thought there while we were looking at the highlights. I wonder whether they were really close to the pit lane time, the minimum, and the car had to slam on to make sure that they were in the pit lane for long enough, but obviously didn't realise there was a car right behind them and got hit. There was a 1-minute stop and go for the number 4 car, and then a drive-through penalty for the 73. And then the most recent off was the number 17 car, which was now, well, we now have Enzo Riche at the wheel, but it was his teammate Carol Frietzsch that took the car off at the final corner into the wall. They replaced the front end of that car and got it back out on the circuit. We look here at the number 4 machine, making its way around. Currently, number 4 car running with Nico Ferrari at the wheel in 24th position. So not having a strong race, unfortunately, after the dramas earlier. We've got a big group of cars together between turns 3 and 4. 2 of the Graf cars in there, cars 8 and 9. They're actually fighting for position on circuit as well, the 2 teammates. That is Cunor and David Drew. Drew is finally in the car with just under an hour left of this race. They have right behind them one of the CD Sport cars as well, having a good old push. Is that Artur Rojon in the 31? Oh, speaking of having a good old push, somebody's pushed a little bit too hard and there's a lot of dust on the exit of turn 9. Hopefully it's all good. It does look like it's the number 31 car. It is. It is indeed. It's Arthur Rojon trying to get by both of the graph entries. Rojon currently running in 10th position. And these two machines not wanting to give way anytime soon. Oh, and there is the moment. Now, is that the 99 machine that's gone off? It is, isn't it? 99 going up. That's Alban Nerguti. And then the 57 doing something similar as well. Up at turn 9. And here is the moment where the 31 runs out of patience, tries to get around the outside, says, please, I'm not fighting you for overall position, just get out of the way. Both of the graph cars not wanting to completely move, but nice clean stuff that by Arthur Rojon. Side by side now as they head into the next left-hander. Oh, it sounded like someone's gone off, and yep, it's a spin for the number 8 machine. They continue running though. Could hear tyre squeals and all sorts then. Alexandra Cunor having a right old moment. One of the A&S cars going past him. Here's the 66 into the pit lane. They are right at the start of the pit lane, these guys. And another driver swap going on for them now. They've had all 3 drivers in so far. That was Philip Schlegel getting out of the machine. I think Van Dijk is going to get back in the car now, is he not? We'll have to see. Here's the moment that the number 8 went around. The 31 was going through a shot, and all of a sudden, the Graf Racing car enters stage left backwards, but manages to style it out with a tasty 360 and continue on their way. Car 73 making its way around the first corner now. Sunshine definitely upon us at that end of the circuit. It's looking much brighter now. Hopefully that sticks around all afternoon. It's got mighty cold in this commentary box, and I imagine it's mighty cold out there on the circuit with the amount of cloud cover that we've had. No further action on car 72, by the way, for their full course yellow infringement earlier. Or the suspicion of a full course yellow infringement, the full course yellow procedure. As we see the 32 pushing on right now, the race leader, Augustin Bernier, putting in some seriously quick laps now. There's only a few other drivers that are anywhere near them in terms of pace on the circuit. Although I say that, Arthur Rojon did the fastest lap of the entire field last time round, a 1:45.1. 1:46.1 for Augustin Bernier. So he was a second quicker, but the main killer here is that Arthur Rojon is 3 laps down on Augustin Bernier. There's car 99 just going through shot. And there is the 32 of Bernier. Can't see anybody now on my spotter's guide that hasn't been behind the wheel. We've got everybody ticked off by the look of it. Just checking what the situation is with the 20 car. Yes, it's Matthias Besch that is behind the wheel of that one. Everybody else ticked off. Paul Trajani now driving the 71 machine. Yes, that completes the list that we have here, and that makes me very, very happy. However, no, never mind. What about Jean-Francois Yvonne? We haven't seen him behind the wheel of the 72 yet. That, from what I can see, is the only driver from our initial list that we haven't had out on the track. Because Nicolas Morlini is also in the 51. That's all ticked off and all good. The 33 CD Sport car is the only anomaly to that, with the fact that they are out of the race. But as we have it right now, it's car 32 leading the way. Augustin Bernier, Denis Caillon in second position, Danny Bunchu in third place at present. I'm delighted to say as well, sorry about the quick silence there, everybody. I'm delighted to say that I am joined in the commentary box by Chris Short from the 31 machine. It's going pretty well for you with Arthur Rojon behind the wheel. You said earlier he's ice cold. Does that apply to him?
I think is the phrase that we're using for him. Yeah, he's just never gets stressed about anything.
Very unflappable.
That's probably a better word. Yeah, and he's a lovely boy as well. So Rob and I are really pleased to have him in the team. And yeah, he's super quick. I think well, he finished second on the older tyres. I think if he would have had the new tyres in the quali, he probably would have been right up there with Augustin. But yeah, I don't know what times is he doing now. Is he?
Yeah, at the moment on 145s, he was over a second quicker than the race leader earlier on, Augustin Bernier. I think on a few laps ago did a 46.1 and he did a 45.1. It was basically exactly a second quicker than him.
There you go.
He's on pace. I mean,
Is anyone quicker on track at the moment than him?
Not on that previous lap by the look of it, no. No, nobody else even in the 46s, and he's in the 45s. So he's a good 2 seconds quicker than everybody. Actually, no, Marlon Hernandez did a 146.8, but he was still 1.8 seconds quicker than him.
So where are we running at the moment? Are we
8th place at the moment, 8 and a bit seconds clear of Marlon Hernandez, but yeah, there's a bunch of cars ahead, the 32, 555, 777. They all are yet to pit again yet. So a solid advantage, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, he's just, the times we've driven with him, he's just impressed every time. So, yeah, we're delighted to have him in the team.
And you said earlier in your interview with Claire that the car's a joy to drive around here. What is it that makes this car so particularly enjoyable?
Well, that's a good question. So I've done 2 years in P3 in Le Mans Cup, and it's just for me, it's an easier car to drive. Obviously, it's lighter, it's better on the brakes, it's less twitchy, and you can ride more of the curbs here. So for me, it's a real joy. And that stint that I did, you know, the car with the car underneath me was fantastic. The car's been great actually. The last few days, I think we were a bit unlucky in qualifying. We were qualified out of position, so I knew I had the pace, the bronze pace, and so went into the car at the start of the race with, you know, positive feelings about what we could do, and I'm pleased to say that it was a clean stint, and I think I managed to make a few places up for the team, which was great.
What was the adaptation like going from LMP3 to these cars? Because 100 kilos is a lot to lose from a car with similar credentials aside from that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, the driving principles are very similar. They're both aero cars, but, you know, you can brake later. And they're just more compliant. So I think I did a double stint then, and you know, in a P3 I'd be coming out of the car really feeling it. And this, I was tired when I came out, but Christian over the radio was saying you're happy to do the 25 minutes, and I said, yeah, I feel good.
Fair play.
So and it always helps, doesn't it, when you've got a good car underneath you, and it's not moving around too much. So yeah, I was very pleased. I really enjoyed that stint, and it's always nice when you're overtaking a few cars rather than the other way around.
What's it like trying to manage the tyres in that? You said that the tyres felt great in that part of the race.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously,
we'll come to Rob.
Yeah,
we promise you, Rob.
Rob's raising his eyebrows there. So you know, clearly, it was an easier job for me on the basis that we went out on the fresh rubber. But I thought the tyres were good. I think it wasn't until right at the end of my my time in the car where the tyres were really starting to go off. I think the team were a little bit concerned that I was pushing too hard for maybe the first hour. So I got a call over the radio from the engineer saying, can you look after the tyres a bit?
Chill out.
So yeah, so that's right. So they gave me a target time, I think, of 49s towards the end of my session. So I tried to look after them for Rob. He might disagree when you speak to him in a minute, but no, I mean I was delighted. You know, I think that's probably right up there with one of the most fun stints I've done. Right, what's happened?
Yellow flag at turn 15, which is where the 17 went off earlier on. Don't see. Oh, we're getting a full course yellow here. So up 99, we couldn't quite make the 100. We're going to get there's a car off at turn 15 by the look of it. We'll see who comes by on the timing screen. We've got 45 seconds left. We'll give it a sec. We'll come to Rob, and then
yes, that's
we'll
a good
continue
idea.
on. Well, thank you very much, Chris.
No,
Pleasure
nice
speak
to meet you.
Cheers,
All right,
thank
it's been
you.
fun.
And finally, by no means least, Rob Greenwood joins me in the commentary box. Rob, again, how was the car for you? How did it feel throughout your stint? Obviously, these things, they change a lot from when you first get in the car to when you get out of it, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's lots of different strategies playing off, right? And here we go, full course yellow.
Yeah, not quite sure who it is yet. We'll find out one way or another. Oh, that nearly said checkered flag then. Hello, I don't know if that was our graphic. The timer has gone down to 0 on our graphics, but on the timing screen still 41. So yeah, okay.
A few glitches, a few gremlins.
Someone's pressed the wrong button.
Yeah. They're back on track now. Look.
Yeah.
So no. I mean, it was a good stint. I enjoyed getting in the car. I mean, the strategy was Chris was going to push hard, so I knew going into the car I was on some very worn tyres.
Yeah.
And
actually, like they were made of wood when you got on them.
It was a bit like ice skating for a while, but actually to start with they weren't too bad, and then we went under full course yellow, and when we came back off that they were a bit sketchy. So
yeah,
a lot more oversteer in the car, which meant I just couldn't push. You know, I just had to keep it as quick as I could, as smooth as I could. Yeah. But your time drops off when you're doing that. But that was the strategy. We put Chris in. We got that 10 grid penalty on the quali, and Chris has raced here before, and with his P3 experience we knew he would get up the field. That's what we wanted to do. So absolutely. My job was to just make sure I kept a decent pace, which I felt I did, and then get the car to one piece to Artur and let him go. We've been a bit unlucky with some of the pit stops. We haven't quite managed to chance and get it when it was full course yellow and get in time, so we haven't had that break yet, sadly, but you know, we've come up from 17th, and I think we're in the top 10 at the moment, so that's a good place.
Yeah, Arthur's got the car in 8th place at the moment. He was still doing 46s before the full course yellow came out. Nobody really anywhere near him on the pace. But talk to me about when a full course yellow finishes. Then obviously, like you said, you lose a lot of temperature in the tyres. Does the car feel like a massively different thing to get back into that operating window? Or
it just takes a little bit of time to get it back up to where it was prior to the full course yellow. I mean, it's exciting. You know, you're counting down on the radio to full course yellow. You want to try and be as accurate as possible to get the car slowed down right at the point where it comes on, and then the opposite at the end of it.
Yeah, it's like starting the race again.
You're poised with your finger over the full course yellow button, your foot is buried on the accelerator.
Through the bulkhead.
As soon as it goes green, it's like, bang, go.
I bet that's really good fun.
Yeah, so it's awesome. I mean, it's not great if you're halfway around a corner, but if you're lucky enough to be on a straight, it's a lot of fun. And then you've just got to get the tyres back up to temp as quick as possible. So that's how you play it.
What's the traffic situation been like? Because obviously this is my first time here this weekend. I've covered a few series in the past, but it seems like people don't really want to get out of the way sometimes with traffic. I see blue flags, but it seems dependent on the driver as to how quickly they jump out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is as well, the blue flags can be quite confusing at a time because they can be some distance off from you. There could be 3 or 4 cars. You don't know if it's a blue flag for the guy behind you, for the car behind him. Or whether, you know, so there is quite a lot of confusion. Unlike Chris, who was making his way through the pack, I spent the entire session defending. So I spent most of the time looking in the mirror. So there was a number of blue flags being waved when I was driving around, but I didn't know exactly who they were, whether it was the guy behind or not. Look, you get a sense when there's a very fast car coming through. It tends to come into your mirrors very quickly, and you know that guy is a silver driver or and possibly on fresh rubber, and you just know they're a hell of a lot quicker. So you know, when that situation, you don't really need a blue flag, you know, to leave enough car's width to let them get through and focus back on your own race.
Apparently it's the 27 car that's in the gravel, which is the car that was running down in 20th position, Maxence Maurice, which is the 23 events racing machine, shared with Christophe Cresp. We haven't seen the car, but we saw the recovery vehicle heading down to turn 15 earlier, so hopefully they can get that sorted quite quickly. What are your thoughts then with the final half hour left? What's the overall vibe in the camp, let's say?
Well, it's good. Like, you know, in CD Sport, we got a car running. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 3 of us. 3 cars in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah.
So we got it. Say again. We've lost one car. So that's always a shame, and they're a good team as well. So I've got a lot of disappointment for those guys. Max and Tate, the 2 younger drivers there. My heart goes out to those guys, and of course Michael. That's racing, right? And we've got 3 left up there in the top 10. We need a little bit of a help, and we need something to go in. You know, a lucky wind to blow through and give us some chance.
Sunshine would be nice.
Sunshine would be nice, but I'm thinking, you know, full course yellow when we duck in and get the last pit stop done and get back up there, that would be nice. A safety car might bunch us all up and give Artur a crack. If we get something like that, Artur can get us right at the front. He really can. So if not, if we're in the top 10, we've had an enjoyable weekend here in Mugello. What's not to like? What's not to like?
Well, thank you very much, Rob and Chris. Pleasure. Appreciate your time in the commentary box with me, and I hope for you and the rest of the team it continues to
Let me say, you do a great job. 4 hours of commentary on a race like this. My hat goes off to you.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. Cheers, boys. See you again soon. Didn't know I'd be called a charmer today. That's wonderful stuff. Thanks very much to Chris and Rob and the guys from CD Sport. Very much appreciated. And let's see how the rest of the race goes then. So we've got a yellow flag now in the first sector, a yellow flag at turn 4. So we'll see who that is. Here is a look at that. Whoa, the 51 breaking loose on the brakes. Spinning, spinning, spinning. Is it going to go into a barrier? It looks like it might have just stopped before it got there. But we had an incident at turn 15 not too long ago, and now this one down at T4, which could also, yes, bring another full course yellow out. That wasn't a yes in celebration, that was just a yes in confirmation there, as the 51 goes out. And we'll see whether they get back into the race as a result of this. Now a pit stop going on here for the previous race leading car. It's Denis Caillon now in car 555 that leads the way, but they've only been in the pits 3 times in this race. And there's the 31 now looking down the inside of the 99, flashing the lights as well, saying please move over. This is Artur Rojon, teammate of the 2 drivers we just spoke to there, Rob Greenwood and Chris Short. Fantastic gentlemen, lovely to speak to. Great insights as well into how the car is in these races and what it's like to drive these fantastic machines. And the full course yellow now comes into effect. And there's full car yellow in terms of the 66 machine. Schlegel behind the wheel of that, running in 7th position. 100 laps in the books now. We're on lap 101 here at Mugello. We never really did find out, did we? Oh yeah, we did find out what car went off at turn 15. It was car 27. I do apologise. Claire let me know of which one that was. But now The changing in the guard at the front means that Denny Caillon leads this race, but like I've said, a pit stop still required for them. A car that has the most visits to the pit lane is the 24. They've been in 8 times in this race, and that's Timothy Bure. Car number 4 has had a bit of a rough ride. The number 28 car, actually, as well, which is being driven by James Winslow, Alim Geshev, and Alexander Bukantsov, has been into the pit 7 times as well. So there's been a few frequent visitors down to our pit lane, giving Claire a wave on their way through. 777 now back into the pit lane. I love the matte metallic blue on this car. Really lovely design. Very simple yet effective, despite the little strikes and stripes down the side. Another clean of the windscreen there. The mechanic climbs aboard. So the car off in the gravel at turn 4 will be removed. That's the number 51 machine. Cars 30 and 70 on our screen right now. Michael Stephen running in 4th place, and Gregory Seegers running in 15th position. It's currently the 555 car that leads the race, which is Kogamo Racing. Paul Trajani in 2nd for ANS Motorsport, and then Matthias Betsch in 3rd position for DB Autosport. Then it is car 30 CD Sport, car 32 CD Sport, and then the 777 of Lamo Racing, 66 of Hageli by T2 Racing, and then the number 31 of CD Sport as well. 154 is the Kogamo Racing car there in 9th, and completing the top 10 is Jonathan Thomas, the South African driver at the moment in the Graf Racing machine. The car that started last on the grid as well in 25th position. We have the 57 on our screen right now. Just over half an hour left to go in this race. It's nearly 5:15 local time here in Italy. And the full course yellow stays on. We will get a message from race control of when the full course yellow comes to an end. And you can see the speed of these cars, even now, after nearly a 4-hour race and a couple of full course yellows. We've had 5 of them so far. 6 of them so far, I should say. Still not used to just how slowly they go around the circuit here. It's almost like being on the pit limiter at the end of the day. But it must be rather painful for the drivers. And as Rob Greenwood pointed out to us earlier on, he said it's quite exciting when you're counting down to when the full course yellow comes into effect, hit the button, slow the car down, and then go in the opposite direction, you know, to have your foot absolutely planted on the throttle, and then press the button, launch the car, get all of that power to the rear wheels, and scream up through the gears once again with that fantastic sounding V8 engine in these Nova Protos. The NPO2 is a mighty fine sounding race car. It's lovely to see so many of them here this weekend. 25 of them in this field. There is the 51 car now heading back out onto the circuit, which is great to see. Lovely that the car has been able to continue on. Obviously that will still have to adhere to full course yellow regulations. Full course yellow ending at 17:15 local time, so that will be in just under 30 seconds now. So the drivers will be ready to go on the button. And what we're looking at now is that there's a the 777 car. Sorry, I've just had this explained to me by Claire. Trying to listen and then try to speak at the same time isn't my forte, I must admit. But the 777, apparently 2 of their pit stops haven't been counted. So they're being investigated to make sure that they fit the bill effectively. So we'll see whether they actually add to their result at the end. 51 now, making its way back around the circuit. Gravel bouncing out of it quite comically, actually, as they get on the brakes. Loads and loads of the gravel falls out the front of the car from the splitter and all sorts. It didn't look like they went into the barrier, but I think that right rear arch has had another knock. They're definitely not circulating at full pace right now. And then they are heading round turn 15 as well at a reduced pace. So at the moment it's the 555 still leading the way, but for how much longer? Because I believe they still need to make another pit stop. Paul Trajani in car 71 is poised to inherit that race lead. There's the 21 on our screen right now, down in 17th position at the moment, with Vini Beltramelli at the wheel, flying around the Arrabbiata corners, and it looks like they're going to call it a day with the 51 car. They had the board and everything out ready to stop it in the pit lane as normal, but by the look of it, they're going to push it back into the garage now. That is a big, big shame. You could see even then the amount of gravel that came out of the car was colossal. It's really ingested a number of stones in all four corners, because it did a proper spin on the way into the corner and entered the gravel trap at all sorts of angles. Car 21 then, still running in 17th as mentioned, heading down the start-finish straight now. And the 66 is heading into the pit lane from 6th position. They've done 3 pit stops before this, so this will be their final visit. Nicolas Chartier also in the pit lane as well in car 57. And the team manager of car 31 has been called to race control. The 31 car, of course, the machine being shared by the drivers I spoke to not too long ago, Rob Greenwood and Chris Short. Arthur Rojon behind the wheel of that machine right now, as the 21 car continues on our screens. Another very simple but beautiful colour scheme on that car. Really highlights the curves of the Nova Proto NP02. Great to hear the fantastic racket they continue to make all the way around this place. The Ford 5-litre engine, the V8, making very, very good sounds. There is the 25 car, which is another one that's had a bit of a rough ride in this race. Car 25 currently running in 13th place. Sasha Klavadeccia behind the wheel, the Swiss driver, doing everything in his power to get that car to the end and inside the top 10. That'll be the aim. Running slightly wide through turn 7, but again, not overdoing it on track limits. We've really not seen many track limits warnings throughout this race. We expected to see a lot more of them, because there are a lot of corners on this circuit where you can use a massive amount of runoff as well. Oh, that's the number 8 graph machine in the background, just having a moment up at turn 9, glancing its way through the gravel. Luckily stays on the circuit and doesn't have any other sort of drama. Now, with full disclosure, I've just lost the timing screen from my laptop that's right in front of me here. So I'm going to try and get that back for just a moment, as there's the number 7 down the inside of, I believe it was the 555. It definitely didn't look like the 154, as they have their little scrap. No, that could be the 154, you know. Was that a change for position? No, it was the 555. The 555 machine, of course, the race leader at the moment, but they still need to come into the pits once more. Their last lap was a 152. They were a good 5 seconds slower than some of the cars around them. I wonder whether they will enter the pit lane this time round. Denis Caillon, part of an all-bronze lineup. And no, they continue on for another lap. Now into the pits comes car 72 for the final time in this race. And this will be Jean-Francois Yvon getting in the car, I believe. The three of them all taking their fair share of stints during this race. And right now, it's looking like the 555 is going to stay out for as long as possible. The A&S cars have run pretty consistently throughout this race, haven't they? The number 70 may have gone off into the gravel a little bit earlier, but it meant that they could still continue on in the race afterwards when they got back on the circuit. Just trying to get reconnected to the timing screen because it seems like the local network here at the circuit has just gone down for a moment, so apologies if I go silent for any moment at all. We'll work on getting that back on board. And there we go, I have the timing back on my screen now, thank goodness for that. Okay, we've had, oh dearie me, we've had a stop and go for the 31 car. That's just come up on our screen for, well, dangerous behaviour apparently. I don't know whether that's because they came and spoke to me. I'm not that bad. But that number 31 car, they will be devastated at that because, as the guys were saying, they were well in the mix. And apparently the penalty is served already. They've got that one done quickly. The number 9 machine now chasing down the 20. Car 20 in third position here with Matthias Besch behind the wheel. We've just had a big van turn up outside the commentary box. I wonder if that's anything to do with somebody coming to fix the internet. Still, with 20 minutes left of this race now, just sprint race distance, car 70 into the pits. This car running down in 17th place. 3 of the A&S Motorsport cars actually running in 17th, 18th and 19th. Seegers, Cruet and Yvon. Not long to go now here at Mugello. And there is the 32 car that is really putting in some solid lap times. 1:46.2 for Augustin Bernier. He was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Michael Stephen on that last lap. He was over half a second quicker than Matthias Besch in third place, and a full second, 1.3 seconds quicker than Paul Trajani. Race leader into the pits then. The 555 Denis Caillon car is coming in, and the number 4 car team manager has been asked to report to the stewards for a full course yellow infringement. They have really not had a smooth ride, the number 4. They had the contact with the number 51 car earlier in the race. They got a drive-through penalty for that. Their full course yellow was then under investigation. Then they got a stop and go penalty for 1 minute. Now I'm told that the 31 machine has cut across the pit lane apparently on its way in, I believe that would have been, after being told to come in, then stay out and maybe come in on a different lap. So maybe a bit of late communication there. see what happens with that. The number 8 machine on our screens now. Again, another car that's really had a tough race, especially up to 14th position. Alexander Kunor is behind the wheel of that one right now. 31 is back in the pit lane, I'm told now. Thank you, Claire. So they will try and serve their stop-go penalty this time. As coming back out onto the circuit is car number 70. The ANS car has the Graf racing machine, then the CD Sport car around its outside. The three of them all figure it out through turn 1. And Artur Rojon now back into the pits. It's just come up on the timing screen. A little bit of a delay here at the moment. Like I say, there was a bit of a network issue there. I won't make too much of a thing of it, but just in case any of my information seems a bit delayed, I do apologise. Multiple cars in the pit lane then. 57 in the middle of our shot. Number 4, number 51 also in there as well. But the 51 now will be classified as out of the race, I believe, after it went back into the garage, which is a huge shame. They're having a very lively race, to say the least. As speaking of lively, side by side there, the number 9 and the 777, as they head out of the first hairpin with just 17 minutes left on the clock. The drivers are doing everything they can to just recuperate those minor seconds that can make all the difference in a 4-hour endurance race. It all adds up. You need to make sure that you are on it from the very start of the race to the very end. Car number 9 on screen now. 9th position for David Drew. Car 9, P9 seems quite fitting, but he won't want to settle for that. He's 16 seconds behind Mitchell van Dijk in the very bright yellow number 66 T2 racing car. He will want to make sure that that car is very apparent in his windscreen before this race is done. And to be fair, I mean, that's a bit of an understatement. He'll want to make sure it's very firmly cemented in the rearview mirror before this race is done. He'll definitely want to get one over on the 66 car. Looks like we may have the network back on now. As more and more cars continue to stream down the start-finish straight. It's almost endless at the moment, the cars heading down here. As the 21 machine makes its way through the first corner. Nice bit of trail braking there through turn 2. Just trying to keep it nice and tidy. Well, the 72 has overtaken the 70. Two teammates swapping places, Adrien Yvon and Benoit Farines. Car number 4 still in the pit lane. Timothy Buret. Not on its way out just yet. Nicolas Chartier in car 57, currently down in 21st place. Denis Caillon has dropped down into 6th position after their pit stop. So it's now Paul Trajani, car 71, sharing that with Belen Garcia and Adrian Chile. That car was leading the race earlier on and now has re-inherited that race lead. Matthias Besch in 2nd place, car 20. Then Michael Stephen and Augustin Bernier, 2 of the CD Sport cars, 3rd and 4th. They were hoping to have the other one up there with them, car 31, but they've just dropped outside of the top 10 as of this moment. I hope that wasn't a commentator's curse from me. And as if their day wasn't bad enough, the number 4 machine now has another 1 minute stop and go for a full course yellow infringement. Seems they're a little bit too eager either to keep the car at full chat or not to slow it down enough. As, whoa, that was a big old slide for our race leader then into turn 2. That was a very, very big slide. Looked like the car wanted to go straight to turn 15. It wanted to completely ignore turn 2. '71 though on a mission at the moment. Yeah, as Claire is just pointing out, it will most likely be the case now that these guys will be in until the end. Only 12 minutes left to go. They wouldn't want to risk having a final pit stop so close to the end of the race. Well, a lot has happened over this 4-hour period. So many position changes and lead changes, and even, to be fair, with the amount of pit stops and all the different drivers with, let's not forget, different pace and consistency levels. There's a lot of variables here. Danny Bunchu in the 777 car is going to get a stop and go, an 11-second stop and go for a full course yellow infringement. So they're really making sure that they get these in before the end of the race. Here's the number 20 once again into the first corner. Besh trying to chase down the race leader, 14 seconds between them. Not quite sure what's going on with the audio down at turn 1. I do apologise if that's as distorted for you as it is for me. But hopefully we can get that fixed. For the moment, Paul Trajani is leading this race by 14.5 seconds. Has moved there. Now, was that Bernier going past his teammate Michael Stephen? I think it was. That was the change for third position. There's Maurice in the pit lane. Maxence Maurice not having the smoothest of races, down in 23rd position, unfortunately. We're looking right now then to see who is moving up the order in the most flamboyant way. David Drew has just done the personal best for that team in this race. That lap time being actually Matthias Besch has just done a personal best as well, 1:46.080, 1:45.529 for David Drew. And yeah, unfortunately the network is still down here, so I've got a bit of a mismatch between some of the information. Certain information I'm getting in terms of positions and so on, but not the lap times that are coming through. It's just updated, and that lap was a couple of laps ago from David Drew. Into the pits then comes the 777. The team member on the right there starting the stopwatch. He says go, go, go. Crack on. And Danny Bunchu loses quite a bunch of time as a result of that, unfortunately. Triple-7 now back out on circuit. Doesn't look like they've lost many positions. Just looking at that lead battle though, Besch is closing in on our race leader. 146.4 on that previous lap, 148.1 for Paul Trajani. You can see now the teams down there at Lamo in particular getting a little bit nervous towards the end of this race now, making sure that their drivers do their best and bring it home in these final moments. And as a mark of respect, just to reiterate this, as a mark of respect today with the Pope's funeral taking place earlier today, all of the podium celebrations for today's action have been cancelled, so we will not bring a podium presentation or anything to, well, any of it. But we will hopefully be back to podium antics tomorrow. Looks like a car has kicked up a bit of dust there, as that's, I believe, the 25. Having a big old excursion down there. Careful on the rejoin. That's pretty scary stuff. Fair play to the number 57, staying well clear of any of that nonsense. Saying, I do not want to be a part of that. Only a few minutes left to go then here at Mugello. This is the European Endurance Prototype Cup as part of the Ultimate Cup European Series, here for their second race meeting of the season. It's a delight to be here listening to Chaz Draycott in the commentary box, standing in for Chris Stevens, who's away on duties elsewhere. Claire Cottingham down in the pit lane, been providing us with some wonderful interviews. Shout out to Claire as well for organising, bringing Rob Greenwood and Chris Short up to the commentary box earlier. It was great to speak to those guys, and thank you very much to Claire for bringing those guys up here. So we still have Trajani leading the way, but the lead gap has gone down from 10 seconds to 7.9 now. Very, very close stuff. There is the 154 car. Have to feel a bit sorry for the 154 machine. They had quite a few things thrown at them during this race. There you can see a black and white flag for car 25, which I believe was because of their moment. Yes, it was an unsafe rejoin, and to be fair, I'm not surprised by that one. It was a very scary rejoin in front of the number 57. Luckily, the 57 car saw that coming and said, no, thank you. I'll just stay way over here. 5.5 minutes left to go then. At this point, I can't believe how quickly it's actually gone. The first hour of the race flew by. Second hour of the race. It's still been a long one, as you can tell. Second hour of the race was a quick one too. And then it seemed like about an hour. We stayed between an hour and a half left and an hour and 20 minutes left. All of the teams put in a lot of pit stops then. There was so much action going on. Within those sort of 10, 15 minutes, we didn't really know where to look. And now, before you know it, you blink and there's 5 minutes left of this race here at Mugello. This is the only one of these 4-hour races here this weekend. For the endurance prototypes anyway, we have the Kenol GT Endurance Cup taking place tomorrow. Another 4-hour race for those cars. A great mix of GT machinery taking place in that one, whether it be Porsche Cup cars, Alpine A110s. We've even got the likes of some Ferrari 488 GT3s in that one as well. So make sure you join us for that again tomorrow. We have their qualifying session coming up after this race. That will be also here on the same YouTube channel and wherever you may be watching, or if you're at the circuit as well. Double trouble. But at the moment, Trajani not doing enough, I think, to hold on to this race lead. Matthias Besch is really catching very consistently as well. 2.8 seconds quicker on that previous lap. We look at the number 20 car now. It looks very undramatic as it circles the circuit. But at the end of the day, smooth is quick in motorsport, and right now Matthias Besch is just guiding that car ever so gracefully around Mugello. Sharing the car today with Romain Carton and Pierre Couanon. Fantastic trio of drivers. Gold is Matthias Besch, one of just 2 gold drivers in the race, I believe. And Matthias is showing everybody just what he can do. Now there is the race leader. There is its teammate car between them, which could turn out to be quite the twist in this one. Driven right now is the number 70 by Benoit Farines. Hopefully doesn't get in the way too much. No, blue flag's waved and he gets out of the way. That's really good stuff. Fair racing. He could have easily sort of made that a little bit more difficult there for Matthias and said, you are not catching up to my teammate. But that was really good fair racing, that. Fair play. We like to see that. Good sportsmanship. Maybe just a fan of the fact they use the same colours on the cars. We never know. But Besch is now within 2 seconds, and there's 2.5 minutes left on the clock. So we will have 2 laps to go. We may just get the remainder of this one, and then one more, to be honest with you. Have to see whether they complete the lap in the next 30 seconds or so. I don't think they will. So, yeah, this could be just coming on to the final lap now, which after a 4-hour race, to consider that we've got less than 2 seconds between the lead pair is pretty amazing. Shows you just how many variables can lead up to a lead battle like this. Yes, there we go. 1:49 has gone on the clock. So this will now be coming on to the final lap here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Here in the Ultimate Cup Series, European Series at Mugello. It is the 71 car from ANS Motorsport, Adrian Chile, Belen Garcia, and now Paul Trajani sharing that machine. Trying to beat to the line Matthias Besch, Romain Carton, and Pierre Couanon side by side into the first corner on the final lap. Down the inside goes Besch, gets the move done, takes the lead on to the final lap of the race, and a slide on the exit as well from Trajani as he tries to get the power down sooner rather than later in response, and it doesn't work. And Besch now has the lead, just needs to keep the car on the island for this last lap. A flash of the lights as well from the car behind the number 9. That's David Drew. That's the last thing that Trajani wants right now. Doesn't look like he's got the pace to hold off Drew as well, but you've got to be frustrated for them. This final lap, 118 laps of Mugello, and it comes down to the final lap that they lose the race lead. Brilliant stuff though by Matthias Besch. This stint has been fantastic. Great pace throughout to make his way further up the order. Augustin Bernier has now made his way up into 3rd place ahead of his teammate Michael Stephen. 2 CD Sport cars in the top 5 here. Arthur Rojon has got that CD Sport car back in the top 10. But what a way to do it for Matthias Besch. Leaves it right up to the final lap of the race. And into the final corner they go. 4 hours completed. And what a brilliant, brilliant drive that was. It is a win here at Mugello for DB Autosport. Matthias Besch, Romain Carton and Pierre Couanon taking the victory on the final lap. Epic stuff. Very well done still to Trajani, who finishes in 2nd position, just 3 seconds back at the end. And it's going to be Augustin Bernier who we wait for next. And the drivers, I imagine, giving one another a thumbs up, but it's car number 20 that takes the victory. And there is Augustin Bernier, this gorgeous CD Sport car with the gold and blue. One of my favourite liveries on the grid. Not that that adds anything to their day, but still. Great looking race car. And a great squad as well, the CD Sport team, by the look of it. Some top blokes in the commentary box just earlier. And Augustin Bernier makes it around the final corner to cross the line here at Mugello A flash of the lights and a very well done on a hard-fought podium. We wait to see the 555 car, who will be the winner in the AM class as well, the Ultimate Cup. They're going to cross the line now. That all-bronze team doing a great job leading the race for a while. That's Denis Caillon crossing the line for them, sharing that car with Sebastian Morales and Philippe Thirion. They have already been through and taken the flag. There's the 777. And then the 32, Augustin Bernier. Great laps by him in the end there. 147s, 46.9 by Matthias Besch. David Drew doing a 146.3 at the end of the race. Some seriously quick lap times at the end there. Fastest lap of the race went to the number 32 car, Augustin Bernier, a 143.846. An average speed of over 181 kilometers an hour. Very fast lap indeed out here. So the cars that are called to scrutineering are 20, 30, 71, 555 and 777. That is 5 of the top 6, which is interesting, not the 32 of Augustin Bernier. And let's have a look, shall we, at some highlights of that fantastic 4-hour-long race. What a belter.
We gonna